I'm better than you. It's weird. Like, if you guys saw me making videos every day where I was practicing basketball, and you could literally go back to the first video, and you could see man. If you could go back to my first video and you could watch, and you could clearly say, like, say you could go back 5 years ago, and I had embarked on this journey where, I hadn't played basketball before, and what I'm going to do is get good at it. So I'm going to practice online every day. You're going to see me. You guys get to watch me learn my dribbling drills, just learn stuff. And you saw me get better and grow taller, and my jump get better, my jump shot. I go from, hitting the rim every time to being able to hit 9 out of 10 free throws or something stupid like that. If that was the case, and I then came online and I was like, I'm better than you at basketball, most people have a problem with it. I mean, there's always going to be the arrogant idiots out there who think they can do everything. Understand when it's better than them at something. And so when I apply that same philosophy to life, you guys have watched me for years go live, put my opinions, my beliefs, my thoughts, all of it out into the ether with, the knowledge that anybody, and everybody could just come get me. They could do whatever they wanted to. They could come say shit. They could come bust my ass. They could, you could make me look stupid every time. Somebody could always make me look stupid. And, it's an open challenge. It's an open, it's open for me to try to get beat. I mean, that's all it ever comes down to. I want to get beat. I want to learn a new way of thinking, because I learned a new way of thinking getting here. Being this person that I am today, it didn't just happen. This was decades in the making. In learning and challenging myself and reading and reading and reading and reading and reading. And it's not just one area. I'm not trying to be the best basketball player. I'm trying to be the best person I can be. And in doing so, I apply that same, I apply it. Okay, so I've learned about this. I've learned about that. I've learned a question. And at the end of the day, I really do think I'm better than most people. I'm willing to do way more for most people than most people are for me, or for most people. And at the end of the day, I've because I wanted to do and say the right thing, I've essentially killed any chance of me ever having any sort of career in the music industry. That's for damn sure. I've created a narrative where, I get thousands. I've done videos that get thousands of views, and now I'm sitting here talking to one person. You know, I've had multiple videos get way up in the thousands of views. And it's just, it's, you know, again, I apply all this. This is a back and forth. This is this is a, you know, this is a battle. This is a constant journey to try to be the best me I can be. And I know a lot of people aren't doing that. I know for a fact a lot of you aren't willing to look at the hard parts. You're not willing to you know, pull yourself apart, pull all of it apart, look at it for what it is. And you know, goes it, bud? You better person than me. You, I don't know. Maybe. Again, I don't. You're in the same sort of boat as me. You know, you put yourself, your career, your everything on the line to hopefully tell the truth about something. Like that, people don't really get how important that is, and how, you know, amazing that is. Most people aren't willing to do the hard part. And you know, and that's it. Everything is. Ow. You know, there's just so much wrong with the way the world works right now. And, you know, I have such a hard time with being quiet about it. I don't get it. I don't understand the average person's silence. I don't know how you sleep at night. I don't know how, you know, and the thing for me is I'm always trying to figure it out. Absolutely, one numbers, they just don't appreciate what we go through, and you have had your share for sure. I mean, you know, it's funny how for me, like, I don't even think about that kind of stuff. I don't even think about all of the personal attacks and you know, dumb bullshit that's gone on in my world. The only thing I think about is the ability to not, you know, the lack of ability to communicate with people. The censorship. The censorship is awful. Running Nick's backpack back up to him. No, in the house, sitting here on the chair. But, you know, there's a lot to be said to be willing to be wrong, and to be willing to be wrong about everything. You know, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's like, how many of you can actually be questioned? How many of you allow yourself to be questioned? Come on, man, let's go. Come on. Go on, go. Most of us don't allow ourselves to be questioned. Most of us, we are what we are, who we are, and we don't change. You know, I think at the end of the day, most of you are the same person you were. You always have been. Like, seriously, how many people can say their minds have changed? Their fundamental minds have changed about about anything? What can you say? I used to believe this way, and after, painstaking effort, research, looking into those hard places where I went against, what I quote like, the thing I like about whatever, and I realized the thing I like is bad, and I question that, and I turned against it. How many people can say they've done that? How many people could say, like, I used to be, a Christian, and I learned my lesson. I used to, think the earth was round, and I learned my lesson. Like, how many times have you changed your mind like that? You just said that people don't realize what we go through. As for the average, they sleep well because they're blissfully ignorant. But if that was the case, Karen, I wouldn't fight. If the average person was in fact blissfully ignorant, who am I? I've told this story before, but it's an important one. I was at a therapy session for my arm. This is shortly after the surgery, and this new therapist of mine, I had bounced around, and now I'm seeing this new therapist, and she's like this blonde, bubbly, 2.5, kids at home, husband is an engineer or whatever, and they live the average, like the average high-end NPC life, right? And this is back in 2016. So back in 2016, the chemtrails were unfucking real. All day, all night. You ask, I'll stay the night with you. I'm sorry. But it was 2015, 14, 15, especially 15 and 16 were the worst years of chemtrails. These are the days when we were getting the everyday halos and the weird rainbow midget section, little rainbow section things all the time, and we were it was a really bad time chemtrail wise. So back in 2016, I hadn't figured out the whole Israel stuff yet. I hadn't figured out, like, it's strange to think of where we were in 2016. I was allowed to have lots of viewers. My videos at that time, in 2016, I'm having a meteoric rise. My page went from nothing to 5,000 friends to I was being interviewed on different podcasts and all these things. Like, it seemed like everything was going to work out well. I was going to be the next one of those truther people who's allowed to have a career being a truther. And so at the time, I really felt myself a lot as well. How could you not? You're having a lot of success. So I'm sitting with this woman, and it's probably my second or third visit there, and I always get along with people. Like, we always have if I'm have a therapy session or something like that, the therapist always likes me. I'm always one of her favorite people. I have a personality. I'm not a total NPC. I don't even, the more I talk about it, the more it sounds real to me. But I can't remember how exactly the chemtrails came up, but her office was this third floor, all windows around office. So you could see out, and maybe that was why, but you know, I'm talking about just how unbelievable it is. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, the chemtrails, you know, and she's like, what are you talking about? And I remember having this split-second conversation in my head, but it was a long conversation in that this isn't someone that wants to, like, this is given the red or the blue pill, this person's going to take the red pill. You know, wake up tomorrow and think it was all just a crazy dream. That's who this chick was. So I thought, like, I'm all for anybody that wants to be better, anybody that wants to learn, anybody that wants to be on this journey with me. I'm all for it. I'm not real big on making people, and I don't think anybody that you make is going to respond like you need them to, like they should. You know, so when she started asking me, and I could see like this general, like this confusion over her face. This chick votes. She thinks voting matters. She, you know, she believes the earth is round. She doesn't think there's she's a proud American. And if she would have like pressed the issue, no, tell me, I want to know. This is interesting. I would have absolutely told her. But I think I even said something like, you know what? I don't want to break your viewpoint. You enjoy your life. You have a good, happy existence, and I don't want to mess with that. And instead of having like a typical response, I'm like, well, come on, you're not going to mess with my happiness. That's normally what somebody would say. It was like she knew it, and she was like, okay, cool. Strange. But it was like I had the whole Spider-Man thing going through my head. With great power comes great responsibility. And I felt like it was a great response. Like I don't need to make that chick who has the ability to live a blissfully ignorant life. I don't need to turn her into me. Being me isn't fun. You know, it's really difficult to be me and to see the world the way I do. And as blissfully ignorant as, or as ignorant as most people are, they're more comfortably ignorant. I wouldn't say people are blissfully ignorant. They're comfortably ignorant. And you could say, you know, a lot of people live a really uncomfortable life. Yeah, but a lot of the people that live an uncomfortable life do and will do everything they can to maintain that uncomfortable life. When you were raised in dysfunction by dysfunctional parents, what are you doing by dysfunctional parents and shit like that? Like, you don't know anything but dysfunction. You know, it's why everybody finds their spouse when they get, you know, into a relationship. And it's whether or not they move past that dysfunction on whether or not they find their spouse or, you know, their parents or someone who like those people that find someone that truly fits them and they are blissfully happy, whatever. Those people, you know, a lot of times they figured something out. Whether it's not to be their parents, whether it's, you know, there's lots of things that contribute to that. Oh. Hang on a second, let's try that. Again, that responsibility where you say, you know.
Can we go to next?
Please.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You too.
or continue Feig. I don't know what that means. Like I say, the whole blissfully ignorant thing, I wish I was blissfully ignorant. I wish I could live my life in a state of blissful ignorance, because it's blissful. But that's my biggest issue, is that I can't get past what's going, like, I can't look at what's going on in the world and be like, oh well, I'm blissfully ignorant, do. You know, and the truth is, wanting my life to be better. You know, wanting everyone's lives to be better. You can't just be blissfully ignorant and in your own little world and everything's, it doesn't work that way. That's not how this works. We have to figure this out. And like, really, that's I'm sitting here going, okay, let's figure out. If I'm wrong about anything, then just tell me what I'm wrong about, and I'll decide whether I want to continue doing that thing. Just because you tell me it's wrong doesn't mean I go, oh, okay, I listen to you. No, you can point something out to me, and then I can weigh it out. I go, okay, is what they're saying true? Does it matter? Am I married to this idea, to this belief, whatever it may be? Like, but that's how we need to look at everything. Like, seriously, everything. And I end up having such a hard time. It's like religious people, right? They don't do that. I drive around these neighborhoods and I see all these Trump signs. The Trump voters, they're not. If somebody asks you why you support something and you get mad, I mean, I don't understand that. You know, if somebody asks me, like, well, why don't you believe in God? I don't go, oh, how dare you? Why would you ask me that? That is ridiculous. Of course I don't believe. No. I'm going to give you my reasons. You know, why don't you believe the Earth is a spinning ball flying through space? Well, there's actually lots of reasons. I'd love to talk about it. Why won't you get your kids vaccinated? You know, or take the vaccines yourself? I have lots of reasons. I'm more than okay with having the conversation. But at the same time, you know, it's like, you can have the conversation, but, you know, most people, I don't know. That's where that NPC comes into play, that NPC thing. Because it really doesn't make any sense. You know, why would they? Like, again, I try to figure it out. Again, this is me struggling with the information I have and trying to figure it out, because I can't just go, oh, well, I'm just going to blah, 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 and just think how I'm supposed to think. I don't know how to do that. You know, so like the Trump stuff, I'm so fascinated. Like, I don't even think Trump's the problem. I've said this before. Trump isn't the problem. It's his supporters that are the problem. It would be so much easier if Trump supporters were like, look, I'm a little bit racist, and I just like the racist shit he talks about because it resonates with me. Like, then I could at least understand where they're coming from. But outside of that, and the fact that lots of people will deny it. You know, lots of people will deny being racist. Everybody knows the United States is full of racists and you know, so blah, 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 but not a single person actually admits to being racist. It's the weirdest fucking shit. But that's literally what I think it all comes down to. At the end of the day, are you proud of yourself? Are you proud to be questioned about any and everything you do? Are you proud to express how you feel about things and you know, even though it might hurt someone, even though someone might get upset about what you're saying, you know that what you're saying is right, and you know, someone getting hurt by it or getting upset by it is more than likely their own bullshit getting in the way. Funny how my comment on when chemtrails were proven to me in 2016 is supposedly too long, but they won't let me adjust it. I mean, that's the thing is like you know, if you're new here, I guess that's an excuse, but if you've been with me for any lengthy period of time, like, you've seen a whole bunch of shit that you don't see anywhere else, or you don't experience it on any other feeds or anything like this. So I always wonder, like, how do people reconcile that? What do people say to themselves when they see censorship or interference in ways that they've never seen before, especially on pages where the person is supposedly much better than me, right? Like an Alex Jones or, you know, whatever it is. And yet you see it on my page. What do you say to yourself? To me, it seems like the obvious thing is, wow, this guy must be telling the truth if he's getting censored in a way that I haven't seen before. The Apprentice is maybe their favorite show. Yeah. I mean, you're not, like, I love knowing what does other people from other countries think of that. What do they think of Trump? Do they think he's as big an idiot as we do? Is he bolstered up by the media where other people live? Like, how does it even work? Just thought I'd let you know and let the newbies know also. Yeah, no, what newbies? You know, I mean, it's just, and it's like, it's like you have to ask yourself, what is physically happening when you're seeing something on a page that you don't see anywhere else? What are you actually witnessing? I think so many people are comfortable not knowing things. You know, oh, well, I don't know the answer to that. Oh, well. It doesn't affect me, so what do I care? I think that's a really big part of it. You know, people don't care about shit that doesn't affect them. He's a clown. Yeah. I wish that Marissa chick would come in here. You know, there's this chick that apparently followed me here from my Facebook page and started off, you know, we were in good graces. She was like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And we tend to agree on a lot of the conspiracy stuff. But when she said all of the Hollywood men are actually women, all the women are actually men, and I was like, I don't think so. It wasn't me that was like, I'm upset now and we can't be friends and I'm going to talk shit and blah, 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 blah. It was me like, well, you know, I don't necessarily believe that. So let's talk it out. I'd love to know what evidence you have, what information you have. And her thing is she teaches classes on how, on how to identify females that are actually males or were males, and I just think, man, that is some dangerous, narrow-minded bigotry right there. The idea that because a woman has an Adam's apple, or because her ears are shaped a certain way, or any other bullshit that you can come up with, that means she was a man at birth. Like the whole concept, the whole belief in itself is stupid. And this is where it's like, I'd love to hear. So you think the Hollywood people are going through the nursery and they're like, okay, you see that little boy right there? He is going to be he's going to be able to sing, dance, and have that charisma. Let's make him Beyonce. And they take this little boy and they do the thing. And now this little boy it's a baby. And yet somehow they were able to tell that baby would have the talent and the ability to be Beyonce. Now, I'm not saying there's no conspiracy behind Beyonce's success. I'm just saying this one is a stupid fucking thought. And I ask her, like, at the end of the day, what you're saying is an unknown. I mean, what would be the point of having, if all the men are women and all the women are men, and then at the end of the show you're like, ha ha, and you show everybody see all those women, then it has an end game. It has like a purpose. You're fucking with people, whatever. But if not only the people, the stars die and nobody ever knows, and all the fans die and they never knew, what's the point? What would be the point in doing that? And this dumb bitch said, I literally can't believe she said this. Her response was, well, they're forcing me to be gay. She said, if I see a guy on TV that I think is attractive, and that's really a woman, they're forcing me to be gay. I mean, I literally started laughing. Like, that's the dumbest shit. How is that forcing you to be gay? I mean, it's so stupid. It's such a stupid person's way of thinking. And I can't wrap my head around, like, what motivates, what inspires, what fuels that level of stupidity. Trump versus Kamala blows the general mind here. Round about me anyway. Generally, Kamala winning out in the general population. I mean, how could she not? This is what I don't understand. How could she not? and I can't help but wonder, like, are they doing that to us on purpose? Are they making Kamala, like, they're creating a distraction that, we're all just going to be happy to not have Trump, so that we're going to put our guard down with Kamala? I don't know a single person. Dwight Howard. On the Dancing with the Stars, I literally know none of the people. What the actual fuck, hombre? I don't know what that in regards to. I mean, this is this is what I'm talking about. Like I say, the confrontation I had with the Trump supporter yesterday, it showed me a lot about myself more than anything. Of course, on purpose. One horse race, mate. No, I know that. I get that. That's what it dawned on me yesterday. Like, is that what they're doing? Are they just trying to get us to put the guard down so that, we're just happy to not have Trump, and then Kamala comes in and kicks the shit out of everything? I don't know. I think it's really fucking telling and sad and kind of scary the way that, like, all the shit that Kamala gets, all of the sexist and racist bullshit Kamala gets, and then you still have white people out there who have the audacity to be like, oh, racism is just a thing. It's just we just need to stop talking about it. And why do people of color always talk about racism so much? If Kamala Harris doesn't show you just how fucking awful we are as a society, nothing really will. I mean, she's intelligent. She's driven. She's not ugly. Like, she's not ugly. She's not super attractive, but she's not ugly. She's who everyone that has a daughter should want their daughter to grow up to be. She is the epitome of, especially if you buy the narrative. If you believe that her mother was the working class and single mother, blah blah. If she's everything. She's everything that we should want. As it's like she represents America better than anything else. You have this miscegenation of races. It's a female. She's as far as that character goes, as far as the play that we're shown goes, she is by far the hero, the winner. Making me get gotcha. You hear, I hear people say all the time, like, oh, Kamala, look what she's like. You ask, okay, so what is it that you don't like about her? The one dumb broad, the chick on my Facebook, she said that Kamala flew in 20 million 20 million migrants from Venezuelan mental wards. 20 million. America does come across super racist, overtly so, even on TV. Yeah. Well, the thing is, especially if you're, being shown like 2000s and you're not being shown that the newer stuff is a lot less racist in that it's so super PC. But like when you look at anything on the TV from any period, it's amazing how racist the Jews are. I mean, there's no. See, this is that part of the conversation where it's like I have to stop. So this is what I say to Ange, right? This is why I'm struggling so much, because I don't know how to. I have to like stop conversations all the time because I don't know how to go into the rest of the conversation and not talk about the Jews. You know, I'm giving the credit where the credit is due. The idea that they have you brainwashed into thinking, saying the Jews have all the money, the power, and the control, that's akin to calling someone racist, right? Like, they have people believing that these are negative stereotypes to say about Jewish people. Oh, they have so much money and power and control. It's
Isn't that what people aspire to gain?
right, right. That should be that's a compliment. So when you're talking about,
The American dream.
well, when you're talking about TV, and you're talking about what we have been given as far as television goes, it's unequivocally and unquestionably because the Jews did it. The Jews were absolutely in control of Hollywood. You know, the idea that the Black Panther movie came out when? Late 2000 teens? When was the first Wakanda Black Panther movie? 2000, like 16, 15, something like that? That, they made a big deal that was the first major blockbuster movie that was all black people. That had all black people on camera crews and all that
Because
shit.
the black guy died.
Like, it was in the 2000 somethings. It was well over 100 years into Hollywood's existence that you get your first all black major Hollywood blockbuster. You think that's just, well, it's just the way it is. I mean, the blacks just haven't been able to use cameras and direct movies and stuff until now.
It was more of society's racist ass didn't want to see all black.
That's not even it either. Oh,
That's not having a lot to do with it.
no, society likes black stuff. Guys like Spike Lee are popular amongst white people. That's why he's so big and popular, because white people like his shit.
Well, because he talks like a white guy.
Well, he's very non-threatening. Just about everybody looks at him and thinks, "Well, I'm better looking than that guy." And he plays the role that he creates movies that fit the narrative that white people want to think. So in the late 80s, early 90s, when white people wanted to be scared of black people, Spike Lee gave them scary movies like Malcolm 10. You know, he played the role, and it's that thing where if you look into it, you don't get, like, when you look into Spike Lee's history, you just get this guy who sort of somehow went to film school, and right out of school he was given lots of power and money, and you know, he's making big blockbusters almost immediately.
I mean, he's also very talented. There is that.
Sure, I guess. I mean, is it that Spike Lee?
No, his classmates called him a prodigy when he was in school with them. So maybe it was something he was just very good at.
Sure. But the idea that there's one?
I imagine that's a pretty specific skill set because there's so many different pieces
Bullshit.
involved.
Do you know how many horrible movies have been made by Jews? And by
Not everybody
numerous
has the skill
Jews.
set. They
Not-
might have the
but-
money and the connections
But
to do it.
the
but not be
numerous
good at
Jews
it.
that have done it. It's not like there's a few Jews that make movies. There's always a hot new Jew director.
The ashtray and the pack.
Where's the roach?
I put it right there.
Oh. You know, it's like the lighting ceremony, right? When the World Trade Center, the redo was finally completed, and they were gonna have their big, opening day light up ceremony, blah blah blah. You know how they do it, especially since it's the World Trade Center and all the history and all that shit behind it. There's a lot too. This is a significant building, and most buildings that wouldn't get this much attention. The World Trade Center, first of all, it has this huge tower on the top of it, this spire on the top, because they wanted it to be the tallest building, but they didn't want to build it to be the tallest building. So they built a building, and then they put this huge fucking tower on the top of it to make it so it breaks the record or some shit, right? For the big opening day ceremony, they had a big, they had like music and they had this big light show set up so that the tower would, all its lights would go in a bunch of different order. You know what a light when they, you know what the fuck they do when they want to, have some sort of ceremony and they have the building all programmed to do all these different. Well, this is probably the most important opening day building thing ever. I mean, I can't imagine that there's going to be another building that has more significance to the American people than the World Trade Center being rebuilt. And so when it comes down to this monumental, you only get one shot to do it,
Jesus.
Lighting ceremony that will go down in all of history. Who do they get? Do they get the guy that's the best known lighting technician around? Is it a person of color? No. It's some little Jew kid who had done a few smaller deals, but this was his first major gig, and he's given the reins. Like, make that make sense. Why would you do that? As the parade, the event organizers, why wouldn't you want to have the best person for the job and not just some kid? The Chosen, in my eyes, just prove that they've lots to hide. Otherwise, they would take credit for the accomplishment. Smile and roll along. Exactly. That's exactly it. Spike Lee got to be the token of all time. For sure. Laser testing. Yeah. And that's the thing with Spike Lee. He was willing to be what it's like back in the early 30s, 40s, whatever. Stepin Fetchit, the one black guy that we've all heard that name. He was the highest paid actor in Hollywood. And you went, a black guy, the highest paid actor? Yeah, because he was willing to play that role. Yes, I'm Massel. I'm going to play whatever role you want me to play. And you can't, I'm fascinated by the history of Hollywood. And I think it's fascinating that if I say, hey, have you, what's the history of Hollywood? How did Hollywood get there? Every single one of us is going to go, You would think the history of easily the most influential town in the world and the main place most people want to be, and
The fact that it's so dirty and fucking nasty now, it's really, it was shocking when I first nasty and very ghetto now. And
it makes sense. It totally makes sense.
That was what?
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Hollywood's supposed to be
That's
glittered
not.
with gold.
That's not what I'm talking about. And it makes total sense. You have a whole bunch of people who thought that they could just come out and work hard and they would get picked up and maybe they'd be something, and then they don't. And there's so many of them that the jobs are scarce, and it's difficult. But that wasn't what I was talking about. I'm talking about how the fuck Hollywood came into existence. That's not something you learn in any history classes. We never talked about Hollywood. You know, we talked about all kinds of crazy shit, all kinds of wars and all sorts of historical bullshit that never comes up in my everyday life. Never comes up in my life. There's plenty of shit that I've completely forgotten about that I learned.
It's too ugly to teach kids the history of Hollywood.
It's not, because that's not what it is. It's not like it's this the history of Hollywood. You can't even really find it. Like it's I took media studies for 2 years at school. I don't know. It's so the like major players in Hollywood, all of the major players in Hollywood. It was like the 4 or 5 studio heads that ran Hollywood from the beginning. Those 5 were Jewish immigrants who all came from within the same 500-mile radius in Europe. How is that possible? And when I'm talking about the formation of Hollywood, I'm talking about like the land. At the time, our history classes taught us that part of the West was like the Wild West. And it was cowboys and savage Indians and, all this shit back then. I mean, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, yeah. Anytime you went past anything, west of the Mississippi, you're talking about the cowboy, like that whole fake ass narrative. And we're shown these, sets when they show us pictures of the old West. Those are sets. Those are they made those pictures for us today. Because you go, okay, so go look up the oldest pictures of San Francisco. Again, you're talking about like 50, 60, something like that.
I don't know, we went through some fucking old ass towns in Colorado and Utah, and it was pretty fucking...
You did not go through any towns that were like wooden buildings.
Yeah, we did.
No, you didn't. You didn't go through those brown wooden buildings. I mean, and even if you did, that's what they have now for the nostalgia purposes. But you have to understand, like, part of the problem with most people is they don't have any sort of concept of geography. You don't have any sort of concept of architecture. You don't think about it. You might think about, like, again, it's amazing to me how every single one of us can go to the downtown area, the like, for me, it's downtown Detroit. For anyone else, if you're in Illinois, it's you go to Chicago or, whatever. And it's not just even the downtown. Yeah, scalping and shit. They were getting scalped. The Indians were scalping people, and they were shooting. It was, huh? I already did.
Scalping people?
Yeah, the
There was only one specific Indian tribe that practiced that.
That whole, again, your whole narrative, the thing that we all know is that history was written by the winners. And so you go, yeah, and they probably lied, and a lot of it's not real. And then people go, oh, no, that's not true. Like, there's history that we just don't understand. And the thing is, you go to any of these cities around, and you don't even have to go to the downtowns. You can go to, there's multiple towns. So there's this beach that we go to all the time called Silver Lake. And it's the greatest beach ever. Such a fucking great beach. But it has these walking trails on it. One of the trails is 2 miles. One of the trails is 5 miles. One of the trails is like 17 miles or some shit. And At some point along the trails, as you're walking towards the end, you know, about halfway through the 2 mile trail, there's this homestead. And it's there's a plaque there that sort of explains that the family was here, and you know what, all that's left is this giant chimney made of stone and cement. I don't know. And like there's a few features, a cellar that's sort of dug into the earth, and you know, just a few things. And me, I stand there and I look around and I think, okay, so getting here on a well-maintained trail, driving down a well-maintained road, going through the you know, the park and all that, it's a pain in the ass to get to it today. I'm supposed to believe that
On a horse, it's easier.
some guy and his wife just somehow found this place, didn't decide to build their house near the water. Their house isn't near the water. It's like a mile away from the water in the woods. Surrounded by literally nothing. There's nothing else around, and it's actually really hilly and stuff around there. So
Secluded and beautiful.
super secluded, super beautiful. So this guy in the 1800s at some point decided to, with his wife, to go out, and they could just do it. They just knew how to build a house out of stones and concrete. They had their bait, like I'm not sure where they did their farming, where they got their food from, because there's no, like, this place is in the middle of old growth forest. You know, it's huge trees are all around. And even if there wasn't, there's nowhere that's a big flat area for you to be farming in. So I have no idea where they would have gotten their food from.
Maybe he had chickens.
I have no, yeah, but you can't just eat chicken.
No, then you trade with the other nearby farms.
There's nobody else around. There's nothing else around. This is in the middle of nothing. And even to get to it, to do the trading, say you'd have to walk up and down and through, you know, and it's not like there were trails back then. You had to make the trails. I mean, why wouldn't he build his house near the water? That seems like that would make all of the much more sense.
You know,
Where did he get his water from? When they talk about the people that used
water
to...
was closer to him.
Maybe. It wasn't, though, because according to the record, it wasn't. And you'll say, oh, well, they just dug a well. How do you dig a well? Do you no, you can't just dig a deep hole that's yay big and it runs down into the water system that you just knew was down there, and then you can, you know, you have to reinforce it. And I mean,
Use a branch that's got the two
Right,
sticks,
right.
and you find the water like that.
right. I mean, that might as well be it, right? I mean, what we're saying, we might as well be using a fucking rod. What's it called?
Dowsing rod.
Something like that. I can't think of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't. But like nobody thinks about this. And so, you know, they end up having 3 or 4 children or something, and the children end up being somebody's, meaning not only did they know how to build the house that they lived in, they also knew how to farm in an area that's not farmable. The wife also was fucking brilliant, I guess, because she taught her boys how to grow up to be successful, upstanding men in our society. It's not like there was a school anywhere by. And even if there was, how the fuck would they get to it? All that talk about, well, you used to have to walk. If you had to walk, I had to before, right? I got in trouble once and got kicked off the bus. And I had to walk 3 miles to and from school every day. It was in the middle of winter. And it happened to snow like the bejesus that winter. So the snow was like at least a foot. The entire time there was like at least a foot of snow on the ground. And because I had gotten in trouble, part of the punishment was that I had to bring home all of my books every day. Every day I had to bring home all of my books. So I would have to walk. My mom weighed me one time, and I had 30 pounds worth of shit on me. I was less than 90 pounds at the time, and I had 30 pounds worth of shit on me. And I know I had to walk. When I left my house every morning to go to middle school, it was still dark. And it probably took me 2 to 3 hours to walk that far. So to think that you know, well, I had to walk 10 miles to and from school, blah, 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 blah.
3.
You wouldn't be able to do it.
Uphill both ways, barefoot,
Right.
in the snow.
The village is 5 minutes walk through the glen to my beach. My beach is the best beach ever. It looks over the Isle of Arran. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's probably gorgeous. Send him a gorgeous picture because I'm sure it's just beautiful.
Silver Lake's the best beach ever. It's so perfect.
In Michigan.
It's so perfect. I mean, I'm sure there's great beaches all over the world that are much
Right.
better. But that's punishment. Yeah, well, didn't get kicked off the bus again, even though I did, so it didn't work.
Of course. I love you too. All right. Bye, baby.
But the point being, like, the reality of the story we're told about history just doesn't make sense. This idea that these people just... I mean, I think that one of the biggest contradictions, and I talked about it yesterday, and I'll talk about it again, the idea that the woman somehow educated the children and then the boys, when at the time girls were typically like married off and shit at 14, 15. So where were they learning all of this book learning to be able to teach their children? Where did they get the school books from? Where did they get the supplies from? And again, more importantly, where did they get the knowledge from? Where were girls who were never allowed to read or learn how to read? How did they teach their children how to read? You know, I'm trying my best, right? I'm trying to do, my wife is telling me I need to I need to keep doing this because if I don't do this, then I'm a dickhead all day.
He is. Just take my word. He needs to get it out. It's pent up frustration that he just keeps thinking about and thinking about and thinking about. And if it doesn't come out, it comes out in other ways that are not as healthy.
The Bible. What about the Bible? Solar Stoller? What about it?
Well, yeah. How did they read the Bible? How did they learn the Bible? How did, you know?
I mean, to me, it's the same. Like, I think
the Bible is a very hard read.
right.
It's not kindergarten level.
It's not applicable to everyday life. It's not like you speak in that way or they even spoke in that way. how they learn to read. There's lots. Okay, you don't just learn to read with the Bible. You don't just give a kid a Bible and say, here, learn to read.
You can't hand a kindergartner War and Peace and be like, here, learn your ABCs.
Right. They have to have the base foundation for it.
It's definitely a work up too. Otherwise, you don't understand a fucking thing you're reading.
Right. The Bible's insane.
It's hard to understand when you do have high reading comprehension levels.
Right. But my thing with the Bible too is it's the same sort of, just like it's the same mindset that I'm opposing everywhere, it's the same mindset that I use to oppose. So when I look at the Bible, the one question I ask that'll never, ever, 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 ever get answered, won't even be approached, is who was writing all of that shit down?
Well, Moses on the tablets.
If you had money and via the church in their no, but see that's the narrative that we sort of accept in our modern day life.
That's how we can make logical sense out of it.
Right. But when you step back and you think about it, and you think about like these people are scattered all over the place. The you know who was paying the teacher again, the homeschooling aspect of it. How did the women learn to be teachers? I mean, the way that we make women sound back in the 1800s. These are women who, again, starting at like 14, 15, they're having babies. They're maintaining the house, which means they have to get up at like 4 a.m. so they can.
Everything's from scratch.
Right, so they can fucking make the biscuits from scratch and fucking go get the eggs out of the thing, you know.
I mean, like it, but everything's from scratch. Washing dishes, getting water, like, I mean, you know, it's all from scratch.
And in our heads, we think about like, so is she like, she's like turning on an oil lamp and you know, in her little one room house that everybody lives in, and but
it's
she
not just turning the stove on, it's fucking starting a fire, letting it, you know, get up to temperature, and like, it's a lot. Everything's from scratch.
well, again, because we all have multiple images in our head, because they did have stoves back then. You had to put the wood in it and shit.
Right.
And so I'm going to say, well, who built the stove? Where was the stove company?
Mace, or what is
The
it?
blacksmith.
Blacksmiths.
Right. Again, it's a good thing you have a blacksmith in your region that you happen to know where
Every town
he
had a
is.
blacksmith. Every town had a blacksmith.
Towns maybe did, but lots of people didn't live in towns.
No, they had to go to town to get to the blacksmith.
Exactly. They had to go to town. So the blacksmith is making stoves for people. They have to get their asses to the town. Again, on their wagon but in their settlement, in their homestead that they settled. And all this stuff we're talking about, I know you have the same pictures in your head, right? But the thing is, New York City was built, had been built. Kansas City had been built.
Right,
Chicago
and
had been built.
Nowhere
So
near it, you didn't have access to that, so you had to make do with your blacksmith.
again, who is building the giant skyscraper buildings that existed? We're told, like, the idea of using horses and buggies and shit, that wasn't even a thing until the mid to late 1800s, according to the narrative. Yet a lot of these buildings, the first camera technology is from the 1840s. And every single time you see one of those pictures from the 1840s of the city is there. It's old by this point. We're told that these cities maybe had a few thousand people in them. Well, who the fuck built all this shit? How did they build it? Where did they get the materials to build that shit? Where did they quarry all the rock, the stone, the marble? Some of the marble.
Have horse and buggy till the 1820s, but had cameras by 1840, that makes no sense.
None of it
buggy
makes
is
sense.
Way before a fucking camera.
No, using the horses and buggies in that. I saw something about. I can't remember the exact quote.
I mean,
But horses and buggies aren't as commonplace as you think. But even still. So this thing I was watching was talking about New York, right? And you could see old pictures of like there are skyscrapers around all these people who are in horses and buggies on a dirt road. Just think about that. And of course, they're always in their top hats and they're always dressed up like they're, again, I look at that stuff and I think, so did that person wear that outfit every day? And if they did, how did it maintain being clean?
well, their method of washing was far less violent than our washing machines are on the clothing.
You're crazy. Those washboards, you're telling your head is doing the thing, but that's just not true. But you think like, okay, so all these horses and buggies, they say that there were upwards of 100,000 to 200,000, which is a huge gap. Horses at all times, doing all the different commuter jobs, being the commuter, the way people got around throughout some place like New York. Each horse produces 10 or 15 to 30 pounds of shit every day. Back then, they say that I could pull it up for you. I wish I could find it.
They probably put it in
Actually,
the river.
let me see. No, they didn't. Horses would die and they just leave them there. That's the thing. What most people don't realize is during these times, like when we're told that like cholera and diphtheria and all these things were supposedly these huge epidemics, and then vaccines came and fixed them. The truth is, we used to apparently just have our shit and piss running down the side of the road. We used to use chamber pots. We could build large ass buildings and we had no concept of plumbing. It just doesn't make sense. When you think about a giant building, think about what it was like on the first floor in the middle of the building. That's fucking dark, dark, dark. How do you see anywhere? What about the basements? A lot of those buildings have these huge basements. Who was digging these basements? Our historic pictures. Our construction photos AI. Let's see if this comes up, because I want you to hear not this guy's video, but the old world. Here we go. Our old world construction photos made with AI.
This video is going to be discussing two buildings in particular. One is this building here, the Flatiron Building. The other
Who built that?
Customs House in Charleston, South Carolina. But I want to bring your
the
attention to the
1900 in early
Flatiron Building. Now, this is
1900.
one of the most iconic bits of architecture here in the country, and the official narrative goes that this building was built in just 1 year.
Right.
May 1901 to October of 1902.
Make that make
the
sense.
Official narrative. Now keep in mind, folks, this is prior to
Look at all the
power
buildings in the
tools
background.
existing. Okay, electricity just got introduced to the public. All right, so we are still talking horse and carriage for commute and for transportation of large stone. And think about the quarries of the stone and just the sheer amount of manpower that it would require to build a structure like this.
Who built something like that?
These are legitimate photos of the Flatiron Building.
Who builds a building
And
one
what I
side and
want
then the
to
other?
discuss in particular today is
That's the construction
the
photo that exists.
authenticity of these supposed photos. Now, I want to bring your attention to this video here. This is about the horse manure crisis of the late 1800s.
Listen.
So let's go ahead and watch this, and then we will discuss it after.
City lived at very, very high density.
Look at the background of the pictures. Don't look at
Get
people.
from place to place, from home to work, from work to the store, from the store back to home, that kind of thing.
Who built all that
So
shit?
we first had horse-drawn public transit vehicles introduced in the 1830s or 40s.
We think of horsepower, that literally comes.
Horse-drawn carriages and stuff were introduced in the 1830s or 40s for transport. I'm telling you, it's not what
Like as cabs and stuff.
as whatever, but even
No,
still,
that's not.
that is what he says.
So we first had horse-drawn public transit vehicles introduced in the 1830s
Right,
or
okay.
40s.
We think of horsepower, that literally comes from how many horses that you would need to move something. And in Brooklyn,
Look at the
Manhattan,
backgrounds.
At its peak, there was 100 to 200,000 horses moving people and goods around the city. And with horsepower comes horse manure. And so now you had this huge pollution problem.
The horse manure was all over the streets, and dead horse carcasses were all over the streets.
Each horse producing 15 to 30 pounds of manure a day times a couple 100,000 horses, and you have a big problem. And the streets were a hellscape.
The flies and the smells and what would happen when it rained and people walked through it.
You would need approximately 250 of today's garbage trucks to move all this horse manure out of the city every day. It became very difficult.
Okay. So think about that. You would need 250 of today's garbage trucks to move all that shit out of the city every day. Where to, though? Where do you put it?
That's why Brooklyn stinks so bad.
I mean, if the streets were caked with not only horse shit but horse carcasses, do you think maybe disease would be running rampant?
They have all the rats over there.
Why weren't you ever told about this in school? Females learn in secret sometimes. Yeah, sometimes.
But then how would they openly educate their kids?
The girls who weren't top tier and drought and dowry material, she had to learn to pay her way. When I lived in Morocco, life was very simple. Daily bread and biscuits made from scratch, daily tasks based around daily meal preparation, etc. And you were still in the 2000s. This isn't. Okay, so again, these people that live out in the middle, you guys can't picture what I'm talking about, but if you could picture it, you would truly realize just how fucking ludicrous it is to think, like, there wasn't wheat.
Camping.
She couldn't grow wheat somewhere. Where was she getting her flour from? They had to go buy a big sack of flour in the town that was who knows how far away. I mean, it's. I mean, even if you think about just do the story of the Pilgrims. Let's have some real fun, shall we? There are multiple matches for Pilgrims. Okay, let's see. Let's see. You guys, it's so important. Like, I know a lot of you go, oh, he's going to read something. This is stupid. Trust me. Trust me. It's not what you remember. There's a whole different, like, aesthetic. There's a whole different feeling when you're learning because you want to, as opposed to you have to, and if you don't regurgitate it properly, then you get a bad grade and then you get in trouble at home, and you know, it has negative consequences for you to not spit out the shit the way that you're supposed to. Learning because you want to learn, and openly asking the questions and all that shit, it's actually a lot of fun. Watch. The Pilgrims, the Plymouth Colony. The Pilgrims, also known as the Pilgrim Fathers. Never in my fucking life have I heard of the Pilgrims referred to as the Pilgrim Fathers. Have you?
Yes. Only because I had to teach our boys. And
so from
what I
the
was gonna say
modern
earlier.
perspective,
Yeah,
because
see,
when you
that-
had to relearn it, but not when you were a kid.
Not when I was a kid. That's the thing. Like, I wonder how far off the school history books I taught them, because that wasn't my source. You know what I mean? My source was a multitude of sources across the internet when I would Google search the subject.
We've done it. We've done homeschooling. And the only reason we could do homeschooling is because we had the internet.
That's where I got all of my information. So,
Other
like I
than
said,
basic math problems,
I wonder how much of it was completely different than what the school history books.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like, how could these people have done this? So not only did these women know how to be ultimate homemakers and literally make shit from scratch and sew and you know, do a lot of the chores around the house and all that shit. They also, you know, these girls that were 14, 15, 16, they also remembered everything from school so they could teach their children. Like, do you not think that is fucking silly? The Pilgrim Fathers is a common phrase here. Oh, we did have to go to the souk market once in a while for stuff, but life just slower paced. Yeah, but that's not the same. Again, that market is filled by a modern society. English settlers who traveled to North America on the ship Mayflower and established the Plymouth Colony in Plymouth, Massachusetts, or Massachusetts. What?
www.parkyauto.com. Brings in an extra $200 per month. Gotta have side hustle. Easy money. We need a list of all your tenants. Not a problem. Where's the car? Looks like a prep station. Stop. What the hell are you doing? I'm saving your life. Fatima, have LAPD roll a unit out here. Tell me found an IED, we need a bomb squad.
What was I saying? Oh, okay, whatever. John Smith had named this territory New Plymouth in 1620, sharing the name of the Pilgrims' final departure port from Plymouth, Devon. That's weird. It's not because it meant a lot to them or anything, it's just where they left from. So now this is New Plymouth. I grew up in Plymouth, Michigan. Funny how that works. The Pilgrims' leadership came from the religious congregations of Brownists or Separatists who had fled religious persecution in England for the tolerance of 17th century Holland in the Netherlands. So, like, you look at this picture, right? So where did, like, this is what we're told they look like. Why do they look like they're in a Shakespearean play?
Because they do.
Because everything that we're taught is a bunch of Shakespearean bullshit. It is a play. Our history is just a play. They're just lying to us. They held many of the same Calvinist religious beliefs as Puritans. See, isn't it strange when you hear this? Like Brownists and Calvinists and Puritans and all this shit. You don't run into those people nowadays. People are like, yeah, I'm Christian. Funny how like these people, the Brownists, were supposedly the founding fathers of our country. Well, not the founding fathers, but some of the founding fathers, the Pilgrims. I mean, whatever you want to call it. And they were Brownists. How did Brownism disappear so significantly? See, the thing about doing this is, for me, I just can't help but start clicking on different links because these rabbit holes just go so deep. And you'd be surprised how many times, if you read enough, you'll start running into the same characters. You'd be talking about all sorts of different things, but the same characters pop up. But unlike the Puritans, who wanted a purified, established church. Just think about that. So, according to our history, not because land was better, not because the food, not because, slavery or anything like that. The reason why America basically exists in it the way it does is because of religion. How many people do you think would be willing to get on a boat and go live in a completely foreign place, not even really know like what you're doing, because you want to believe that God says this, and you want to believe that God's favorite color is blue, and the people around you say, no, it's purple. And you're like, yeah, but we both believe in God, and we both believe we should worship on Sunday, and we both believe blah, 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 blah. But I think it's blue, you think it's purple. That's it, I'm leaving. I'm going to sail across the fucking world. I'm going to go sail across the world and live in a fucking random place. That was what was done in their time. No Facebook, only faces in books. And education was desired for Maoli 2 reasons: to marry well or to make good of themselves by becoming a teacher. Okay, but think about again, the old universities and shit like that. Who built them? Who was publishing all the books that filled the universities? How did those universities work? Were they, big, like, it's funny because in all the pictures, it'll be the same sort of thing where there's a big sort of auditorium type room and the teacher's down below in his Shakespearean outfit, of course. And he's teaching, but like, where did the light come from? Like, we get so hung up in the personal part of things, the people aspect of things, that we don't look at the logistics. We don't ask how. When Rockefeller took over the education system, the reason he was able to take over the education system was because in the early 1900s, he had his people go to all of the major universities, the Yales, the Harvards, the whatnots, and offer them $1 to $2 million that he was just going to give them, and all they wanted in return was to have two people put on the board so they could see where their money was going and how the money was being spent, and maybe make some suggestions here and there. And all of these universities desperately needed that money because it wasn't like the government was funding them. And all of these universities were dilapidated and falling down and all busted and destroyed and old, and they all needed tons of renovation. Well, we also know that the buildings from back then, I mean, a lot of them still fucking stand today. So how old did the building have to be in 1900s to be falling apart and dilapidated? Who built it to begin with? How old are these things? Your comments were retracted. This is the thought process that we need to start having. Not asking questions like the whole Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, where it's you got to teach people how to think, not what to think. If you change the way that you think about things, how you think about things, then getting you to believe the what is a lot harder to do. When you just accept that the history is what it is, and then let's try to figure it out. Let's use what they tell us and blah, blah, blah to figure out the narrative they want us to know. It's a loop. It's a well-crafted loop that you can get stuck in. But when you start asking the other side of the questions, like who built shit? This notion that the Chinese laborers built the railroads that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Who was building trains? I want to know who the train manufacturers were. The oldest pictures that exist of Egypt show somebody at one point is going down the Suez River. And you can see along the shorelines are these huge sand moving machines. I don't even know what you call them, but they look almost like giant chainsaws. And I guess they move the sand. They're all made of steel and iron or whatever. But and of course, anytime you see pictures of harbors, the harbors are full of these giant ships. Who the fuck was building this shit in the 1800s? How? What factories existed? The blacksmiths were doing that shit too? Like, we just don't think about the reality of things. When you're told that, this is from 2000 BC, blah, blah, blah. That we have this literature from 238 BC. You go, wait, there's a book that somehow survived over 2,000 years? I mean, this is that thing where...
By the way, this is that thing where...
Thank you. Stop! You have to ask yourself, like, why do you do that shit? If I did that to you, you'd be so mad. The thing about AD, why we talk about AD, it's 2024 AD. Most people think that that's after death. Most people don't even know what the fuck the AD means. And it's not. It's Anu Donoim or something like that. Anu Dominum or something. It's supposed to be the year of our Lord. And when you learn like where that came from, some guy named Dionysus in Italy decided that the system that they were in wasn't any good, and he wanted our history to be Christ-centric. So he somehow, again, in our modern day minds with the internet and all that other stuff, it's possible. Calculators, electricity, all these other things. How did Dionysus have any idea of what was going on anywhere else in the world back then? In 525 AD? Well, again, it wasn't 525 AD, it was a different year, but he decided it was 525 because he somehow knew that Jesus was from 525 years earlier. Industrial Revolution, not the first. Industrial Revolution is just a fucking fake concept. It's a fake concept. Our whole history is fake. It's fake bullshit. You know, again, we're told that the Dionysian calendar, the calendar we exist in, when it was created, they didn't have a concept of zero yet. They didn't understand what zero was, which is why the calendar goes from 1 AD to 1 BC. There is no year zero. That's like the official fucking narrative. And it is dumb as fuck. Anno Domini. In the year of our Lord, you're welcome. Yeah, whatever. Thank you. I don't care about that part. But, like, you think about that shit, and you think about, okay, so how did they math before they had a concept of zero? How were they building anything before they had the concept of zero? And again, this Dionysus guy, in a time when we didn't have computers, we didn't have telephones, we didn't have electricity. I mean, I don't even know how they did mail back then. They had some sort of mail system, Pony Express bullshit back then. I don't know. But somehow this guy decides that the calendar that they live in isn't any good, and that we need to go by this new thing with it being 525 AD. And I don't know who he presents it to, how he presents it to him. But it's like, okay, that's it. And then everybody in the world not only goes, okay, we'll do that, but they backdate their history. So whatever year it was for them, I mean, I don't know if it was the same year everywhere. But to think like people then backdated their history. Because whatever was 237 BC in the AD calendar, it had to be a different something in the calendar that they were in. It had to be called a different thing. So how did they backdate everything in the history and everything like that? How did they figure that out? This is the crazy bullshit that we're told is I keep saying it, the more you know, the dumber you sound. Because you're gonna start getting to places where it just like it doesn't make any sense. All these other countries and shit were like, oh yeah, no, we'll do this new thing. Yeah, that's good. We'll redo all our holidays. You know, we'll do everything like that. Yep. It's the fucking, yep. It's 525 now. You know how ridiculous that is? It just doesn't make any sense. And it's you know, it's like, why were there so many people with one name back then? Maybe there just weren't a lot of people. I don't know. I it's all stupid. It really is. Our historic record, our historic account is stupid. It's insulting. It's ridiculous, you know? We're supposed to believe that these people who were just as basic as can be were doing incredible things that we couldn't do. And they had next to nothing. They didn't have power tools. They didn't have power. I visited the sites, played concerts in a place called New Lanark, Scotland. Incredibly important re-industrial revolution and people working in and around it. You'll find it interesting. I mean, you know, star forts. I'm sure Scotland has tons of star forts. There's no explanation for how star forts were built. We just accept that they're you know, oh yeah, no, these are military bases. They're really good for strategic purposes for military bases. Yeah, yeah, all over the world, people just knew how to do them. Yeah. They didn't have any tools. No, usually it was slaves. They had slaves doing it. You know what? One of the big things I'm always surprised that people don't talk about when it comes to like Tartaria and shit. Venice. Do you know that the explanation of Venice is that Romans were escaping persecution, or Christians were escaping, whatever, were escaping persecution from Rome, and they found this swampy marshland that they stripped the trees down and drove them down deep into this marshy wetland so they could build buildings on top of it. It is and over time now, the properties of the trees that were drove into the ground like that because of the ocean, they've turned to stone. Because of the salt in the ocean, it's turned the trees to stone. Because that's what happens here in this one particular area of the world. And somehow, these people fleeing persecution, they came across this mass swampland, marshy area, and they were like, fuck yeah, this is the place. We're going to just cut down trees, drive them way down in the ground, and then we'll build houses and shit on top of that. And then all those houses, we won't even have roads. We'll just have canals. We'll have water connecting all of our houses. And that shit lasts forever. Fuck yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Good thing you know how to do that, Ramon. Do you understand how stupid that is? Like, I don't think people truly get lost in this thought process like I do. If there were a lot less people back then, the fact that all of the people that did exist happened to know how to do everything expertly. They knew how to carve marble expertly. You know, Leonardo da Vinci, he laid on his back, painted the Sistine Chapel while doing a whole bunch of other shit. I mean, it's just stupid. You know, these guys, you know, they carving. Have you seen some of the veil, the marble sculpture that's the lady's face with the veil, and it's like a see-through veil on her face, all made of white marble? Who the fuck did that? Ow. Who did that? With what? Hey, with hammers and chisels, somebody did that shit? Come on. You know, we're just told. It's funny. I call it the bag of sand theory, right? We've all seen the 4-year-old virgin, and he gets exposed. The virgin gets exposed. Is all the guys are sitting around talking about chicks, you know, like we do, because that's what we do when we sit around and talk. When we hang out, we sit around and talk about chicks and sex. But they're sitting around talking about it, and they're talking about titties. And they get to the Steve Carell's character, the 40-year-old virgin guy, and they're like, yeah, what's your favorite part about the titty? Or and he was like, oh, the way they feel. And he's like, yeah, what does it feel like? And he's like, a bag of sand? And when he says it, everybody's like, the light goes off, like, ding, oh shit, this guy. Hey, what did they call it when they had an idea before we had electricity? Did they get light bulbs in their head still? Anyway, they all get the holy shit, you've never touched the titty before. Because somebody who doesn't never touched the titty before might think they do feel like a bag of sand. But somebody that has touched the titty before knows that's not true. And it's this one little thing that exposes the truth. And that's what I think is you have a bunch of bags of sand laying around. Where if you think about it, the story that we're given is the bag of sand. Because as soon as you think, you go, wait, That don't make no sense. They built that building in a year? What? Who? Who built that building in a year? How? They definitely didn't have any cranes and shit like that, so how did they do that? So many of history's buildings exist because there was a fire in the previous spot, and so the system has a contest, and it's in the mail, or it's through the papers or whatever, but they run a contest, a building designing contest, and people are to submit their ideas, and randomly somebody always seems to design the exact same building because, you know, it's just a bunch of building designers out there in the world, especially in the 1800s, 1900s, and they build it, and then or they design it, and it, you know, you can't find the construction company, you can't find too much information about how that building was built, but you'll find out it was built in like a year or two, maybe 3. And it's just bullshit. The World's Fair, the imagery we have of the World's Fairs. When you understand, like, that whole narrative makes absolutely no fucking sense. They somehow built these incredible structures and manipulated the land to have canals and all that other shit with what ended up being temporary. It looked like it was old world. And it looked like old world. It looked like, you know, Greece and all that other shit. They made it all look like that. Built all this stuff out of temporary materials so they could knock it down. They built it all up in about a 2-year period so they could knock it down after 6 months. That's funny. These are bags of sand. The story of Venice is one big bag of sand. It just does. It's just fucking stupid. Again, imagine. Okay, so you for some reason we're a group of people, all of us here, and we're at some place, and we have to flee persecution from somewhere. So I guess we hop on our ship that we all happen to know how to sail and stuff. And because all of us happen to be good at stuff, like we all know how to sew, we happen to have a blacksmith with us, we happen to have farmers, like everybody knows how to do stuff. We could start a whole new colony, but not just that. I'm the colony leader, right? And I steer our ship to like a swampland. It's a weird, unique sort of marshland that is also saltwater. So we don't have any fresh water, which is super important. But in this freshwater area, I say, all right, guys, instead of going over there and building our town or over there and building our town, we're going to go to some land and strip down the trees. Thank goodness they all grow straight fucking lines. Instead of building our houses and shit on that land, we're going to strip all those trees down. We're going to bury them. We're going to go back to the marsh area. We're going to bury those. We're going to drive those trees deep down into the marsh below the water line. I'm not really sure how we're going to do that. But we're going to drive the stakes down deep. and then we'll build our buildings on top of that. And then again, we won't have like roads and shit. We're just gonna have waterways and canals in between our buildings and our houses. And it's gonna be the ocean. And we're gonna be able to live in buildings and shit that can withstand the tides going up and down, can withstand storm. We're gonna make all that. Like Venice is surprisingly not talked about enough. Venice makes no sense. And again, luckily for us, those specific trees that we're going to use, because I would imagine it would take hundreds, millions of trees to be able to, you know, you drive them in and you have to drive them in right next to each other. They have to be all right next to each other so you can, I mean, how they know how deep the water is and then how deep the mud is, how they drove big giant trees into a like, how do you dig that down? What were they using as their hammer source once the tree went below the water line, and they still had to pound it not just down into but the top of the tree had to go down into the mud. How did they do that? and luckily for them, again, after all this time, those trees, because of the content of the salt water and their makeup, have reformed into basically concrete, have reformed into stone. The trees that they've all turned into stone because of the salt in the water. Like, it sounds like I'm lying to you, doesn't it? Let's go back to this bag of sand. We're talking about the Pilgrims. Pilgrims maintained their congregations should separate from the English state church, which led them to being labeled separatists. After several years living in exile in Holland, they determined to establish a new settlement in the New World and arranged with investors to fund them. Okay. So how did they know so much about the New World? Who else was here that was reporting back to Holland and saying, hey, Holland, it's really great here? Like, to think about the fact that, think about the idea that how commonplace were 2-3 months across the ocean between Holland and the United States back then. Well, and the Americas, because we weren't the United States, right? So how often were those ships going back and forth? It just seems like it's fucking stupid. The society we live in is clearly something we were sort of uploaded into. Because it just doesn't make any sense. These guys lived in Holland in exile, and they just kept hearing about how great it was in the New World. From who? Who was over there bragging about, yeah, it's great over there. There's nothing. There's a bunch of Indians over there who were going to cut your head off, apparently, because they're savages. Other than that, what were the benefits? Well, there's nobody there. There's no English there, so you can believe in Jesus how you want to believe in Jesus. This is their motivation. They're living in for years in exile in Holland, which again, think about that. Like, what was exile like back in the 1600s? Didn't everybody live in fucking basically exile? I mean, have you ever really thought about what they're telling us? How many of these pilgrims were there living in exile for years?
And then how did they go, okay, we're going to do this? And then what do you mean by they found investors to fund them? How do you sell investors on that? Hey, yeah, we've been living in exile here in Holland for a while. We're going to go over to the New World to believe in Jesus the way we want to. Will you give us some money? I mean, if you're the investor, how are you going to ensure they pay you? They're going to months and months away from you. There's no phone calls. There's no, mail service. It's what? Yeah, here, and what do you mean fund them? What would the investors have to do? What are people investing in in the 1620s? Apparently back then everybody knew how to do everything. So the only thing they would need is a ship, and then whatever cargo they would already probably be supplying for themselves, wouldn't they? All their food and shit they already made for themselves, right? So what is the investor doing? Got to remember they were trying to integrate themselves for the royals. Oh, ingratiate themselves for the royals. I guess. I mean, that's, I don't know. I didn't read that. Living in exile means you're not trying to ingratiate yourself with anybody. You're living in exile. And how did that work? So Holland, so the English, this group of, I don't know how many people, they show up in Holland, and Holland's like, okay, you can have the South Quarter over there how does this work? Holland isn't some small place. And what was it back in the 60s? Was there I know a lot of the buildings and shit in Holland are said to be that old. So who built all that shit? Somehow Holland was a place that they could go to and live in exile. And from there they were getting so much good news about America, the place with nothing. It's not like they had good Indian casinos and shit yet. But somehow these people decide they're going to go and they get an investor to fund them. After several years living in exile, the settlement in the New World and arranged with investors to fund them. They established Plymouth Colony in 1620, where they erected congressional congressionalist churches. The Puritans, that's what they did. They got here and the first thing they were doing was like, let's build some churches.
Yeah, where they can build a congregation.
Well, wait, you guys got to hear this though. The Puritans later establishment of the Massachusetts Bay Colony eventually became more powerful in the area, but the Pilgrim story nevertheless became a central theme in the history and culture of the United States. All right, so let's hear the history. The investor better believe that the explorers love their families. I mean, you only invest in something because there's a return. So what's the return? Around 1605, congregations in Nottingham, John Robinson, Richard Clifton, and John Smythe quit the Church of England to form separatist congregations. Okay, so you have three guys who apparently worked for the church. They quit the church. What does that mean? They quit the church. I always think about so if you don't believe in what the church wants, like when you hear about the church would send out their royal men on the horses to go collect the tariffs and shit like that. I mean, how did they even find people? You know, like, think about it. These people are living in nothing land. They're living in areas where nothing is there. So how are they even being found? The Church of England has so much going on that a group of 3 guys that wants to quit with their families, this is such an uproar that it changes history? Like, what? Again, is it because there were so few people? But then if there were so few people, who built it all? I think history does make it seem like there were a lot less people. But again, then it doesn't make sense. Listen to this. This is just fucking crazy. This is what you're supposed to know. These held Brownist beliefs, these separatist congregations held Brownist beliefs. Let's see, what are Brownist beliefs? The Brownists were a Christian group in the 16th century, in 16th century England. So in the 1500s at some point, some guy decides he's like, I'm always fascinated by these stories about a guy who somehow gets a bunch of people to not just listen to him, but give up everything and follow him to wherever and you know, essentially worship him. That's fascinating. In Holland, their room for building isn't good due to reclaimed land. So have and still do build small at ground level and build upwards. That's how they're still taxed today. See, this is what I mean. I know that the official narrative says a certain thing, but does it make sense? They were a group of English dissenters or early separatists from the Church of England. So it's just those same words again. So we'd be going down another rabbit hole. They were named after Robert Brown, who was born at Tolthorpe Hall in Rutland, England in the 1550s. Don't know the day, or don't know the month, year, what, you know, in the 1550s. Okay. He ends up being the leader of something, but we don't know his shit. But yet there are tons of other people where we know their fucking whole family history. Their dad was this guy, their mom was... Come on. The terms Brownists or separatists were used to describe them by outsiders. They were known as saints among themselves. Again, how many people was this? How many people did this guy... Like, why would it... We're talking about a time when supposedly people were like sitting around campfires at night and living in, you know, mud huts and shit like that. Some guy in his small group leaving, what? What made this guy so important? A majority of the separatists aboard the Mayflower in the 1620s were Brownists. And the Pilgrims were known in the 20th century as the Brownist emigration. Funny how that's just gone. The Brownists were eventually absorbed into the Mennonite church, while others joined the Baptist church. That seems like a pretty distinct and drastic separation there. So the origins. There had been early advocates of a congregational form of organization for the Church of England in the time of Henry VIII. It became clear that the English government had other plans on the re-establishment of the Anglican Church after the Catholic Mary's reign, and these dissenters looked towards setting up a separate church. Re-establishing the Anglican Church after the Catholic Mary's reign. I don't understand what the fuck that means. That doesn't make any sense. 16th century music is about to be taken from the church and given to the masses. Here cometh the Baroque period. The first wave of separatism from the Elizabethan Church of England came in London after March 1566, when the Archbishop Parker enforced strict adherence to the prayer book and 14 ministers were deposed from office. Some of the most radical led their followers in forming the London Underground Church, meeting in secret locations. How? This is before telephones and shit. Large distances, and what are we talking about? From possibly 1,000 members at its height, this movement shrank through imprisonment and deaths to a small group of members in Brown's days. He and Robert Harrison knew of the London church, but seemed to have believed it had died. What? And that's the end. That's the end of the origins. Did you get anything from that? Seriously, did you take anything from that? Anglican? Okay. Thank you. Did you get any of that? Did any of that give you an origin of any kind? And if before Brown's time they had gotten as many as 1,000, that's still pretty fucking small. But to think they dwindled down to almost nothing, I guess, in Brown's days, why would they be so important? To think that, like, these people, this Brown guy, he separated, and then him and his followers of 100 people? Who knows? They went and lived in exile for several years in Holland before. Well, Brown didn't go with them, though, did he? Brown wasn't on that thing. That's not what they say. Brown's leadership. Robert Brown was a student who became an Anglican priest late in life. At Cambridge University, he was influenced by Puritan theologians, including Thomas Cartwright, 1535 to 1603. Cambridge, who built Cambridge University? In the 1650s, I mean, Cambridge is older than that. Cambridge is from like 1100 or 1200 something. So they built this huge university, and who built it? You'll never fucking know. You'll never hear anything about that. It was built by Henry the this or something. He commissioned it. Okay, but who built it? How? And you look at these buildings that are at this university, and there's all these ornate statues and all this, fine detail way up on top of the buildings where nobody's ever going to see it, but they did it. For some reason they did it. Another amazing rabbit hole. We have tunnels the length of breadth in Britain. There's tunnels everywhere. The idea that anybody before modern times was building tunnels just doesn't. How? How were they building tunnels anywhere? All of the cities all over the place, all these ancient cities, these British cities, Scottish cities, whatever they are, they have these tunnel systems, these sewer systems underneath them. These are ancient cities. Who built the sewer systems and the waters and all the tunnel systems underneath? The subway systems and all that shit. There's actually used to be supposedly, like the tunnels that you see in Futurama. They supposedly had something like that in the 1800s. Late 1800s. Seriously, go look the shit up. There's a Mind Unveiled video that just came out that's about a lot of this shit. And you'd be amazed by what is documented to have existed. And then it's documented to have existed, and you go, like, how, if that is if we got to that point and then we're here now, we've clearly seemingly gone backwards. So who the fuck built all that shit? But this, you know, and this whole narrative where this is how supposedly the Americas was established, but if you then go look up maps from back in the time, they'll show castles and shit in America. It's the strangest, like, our history just doesn't, even when you read what they want you to read, it doesn't make sense if you have a skeptical mindset. And like I said, it's a lot more fun when you're learning history and you don't have to regurgitate it to get the good grade so that you don't get in trouble and you don't lose your car or you don't get grounded or, you know, whatever that may be. You know, learning history can be fun when you're allowed to criticize, when you're allowed to question and stuff like that. We've got a settlement still standing 5,000 years old. Bullshit. Bullshit. You know that the oldest bricks, the oldest red bricks are from like 12,000 years old or some shit. There's this point in the 1800s where it kind of starts and it goes all the way through to the 1900s where not only are they building incredible things, but they're building incredible things and a lot of it's made with red brick. And good luck finding the red brick factory, you know. How are these factories supplying this incredible need for red brick? Where did it come from? How did it get shipped all over the place in those days? How were they shipping the incredible amounts of red brick needed to build the things that they built? I still think the money thing is one of the craziest thoughts. You know? Say that the Lord, the King, the whatever of whatever area you live in dies, and somebody else takes over. Well, his money, the previous Lord's money isn't valuable. You had the money that had his face on it isn't valuable anymore. So I guess you go and you turn it in, or this isn't accounted for in history. They don't talk about this. But somehow you would have to then get the new money of the new king. And I know yesterday or whatever, Karen said blacksmiths make the money. Yeah, well, when you think about how many millions of coins would have had to have been produced every time somebody died or whatever, especially in like a relatively short period, you know, when that new king takes over, it's got to be it. How did you resupply the population with money? Who were all the smelters back in the day making money out of gold and silver and shit? Where were the blacksmiths all getting it from? Who was paying for it? Right? Because the blacksmiths aren't selling the coins to the you know, the royalty, the leadership. Check it out. Skara Brae. It's not red brick, and it's of the uppermost islands of Scotland. I'm sure it's fascinating. Like I never, it's never about anything like that to me. I'm much more concerned with the logistics of things. I'm telling you guys, the logistics of everything destroys the narrative we're given. As soon as you start asking who built that thing that she's talking about, who built the lighthouses out in the middle of, like, there'll be old lighthouses that are out in the middle, out off the mainland. You're telling me somebody built a lighthouse out there hundreds of years ago? How? Just every single aspect of that. How did somebody build a lighthouse off the mainland back in the day? Barter system still operational. No. No, I don't see that being like it. I see it in sort of in like your extra regards, like, hey, I need a table built. Okay, well, I need, stuff like that. Like, look at old furniture, right? Old antique furniture is worth big money nowadays. Why? Because it's this ornate, beautiful shit that we just, like we would have a hard time making today, if we even could. Huge bed frames and it's all carved and it's all like one piece of wood and all that. Well, like, how many of those could one guy make in his life? It's not like he could have charged enough to live for the rest of his life off of one of those, but how long, all that old furniture, old ornate tables where it's all designed, it's all carved out of wood and like, who the fuck was doing that? Who was supplying all of the glass? Especially the stained glass and shit. Where did all that come from? But once windows became a thing, who was taking all of the sand, melting it down, making the windows, and then supplying them to people? We have this idea of like the door-to-door salesman and shit. Well, back in the day, so the guy rode his horse in and somehow knew where everybody lived, went to that place, took the order, and then how long was it before that order actually got back to your house? I mean, it's just... And again, we're always talking about, like, there's two different sides of the history. There's the side of history that lived in mud huts and rode horses and cowboys and those wooden buildings with the bar and the squeaky doors and shit like that. And then there's the side that built San Francisco sometime. I don't know. Oldest pictures of San Francisco are late 1800s, early 1900s, maybe? Late 1800s. And it's a big old city. Who the fuck built it? Especially when there weren't that many people supposed to be there. These are at the same time, we're told to believe two different histories. We're told to believe that, the poor white folks lived out in the Dust Bowl and they had their little one-room shacks and the kids and the little dirty kids. And then we had in the South, we had the slavery plantations and these giant plantations with hundreds of slaves, all controlled by one white family. Gotta love that white supremacy. For decades, for centuries, black people way outnumbered the whites, with their plantations. And the only time it only happened once. There was only one time when the slaves revolted. And so there was a plantation, they revolted, killed the guy, and then because they're black, they beat drums and carried, they were all dancing, they all knew all the words and all knew all the dance steps and shit, and they marched down to the second plantation. And they took that one over and freed all those slaves, and now the mob's even bigger. So now it's either at the third plantation or or after the third plantation. They're going down the road, they're marching, singing, and dancing, when all of a sudden they look ahead down the road, and the U.S. Army is sitting right there, waiting for them. And, you know, these black slaves, well, they're like huge cowards. So they just gave up. They gave up and went back to their plantations because they didn't actually kill the masses. They just went back to and everything was fine. That's the one time slaves ever revolted in history, according to the white supremacy history we're given. But again, we're supposed to believe that there's this backwards old world, you know, slaves living in shacks and you know, all this other shit. And at the same time, I mean, I can't think of, you know, there's a reason why all the Capitol buildings all look the same. And you know, these old ass buildings, the oldest buildings that can be found, they just don't match the narrative we're given. Especially when they start talking about, you know, that they use slave labor or prison labor to build those buildings. So it wasn't even that these buildings took an incredible amount of skill to build them. These ornate, beautiful structures took skill. You could just use prison laborers. And I guess all the prisoners just happen to know how to do that shit. Our history is fucking bullshit, man. Brown became a lecturer at St. Mary's Church, Islington, where his dissident preaching against the doctrines and disciplines of the Church of England began to attract attention. Again, we keep hearing about these dissident beliefs and whatnot, but I haven't seen what those beliefs are. During 1578, Brown returned to Cambridge University and came under the influence of Richard Greenham, Puritan rector of Dry Drayton. So, apparently, he left the Cambridge University and went somewhere else for a while, and then came back to Cambridge, and like, are we not understanding how difficult travel was back then, according to the narrative we're given? They're riding on horses or horses and carriages. They didn't. The idea of using horses with carriages as public transportation was introduced in the 30s or 40s. They said 1830s or 40s. So back then, this guy I mean, what about his belongings? Did they move with him? Like, how does that all work? How does someone like him go? I mean, I don't know where they fucking went. Where did he go while he wasn't at Cambridge? We don't get to know that. Okay, so this new guy, this Puritan rector of Dry Drayton, Dick Greenham, that sounds like a chosen name. He encouraged Brown to complete his ordination and serve at a Church of England parish church. Brown was offered a lecturer position at St. Bennet, BENE''T''S Church in Cambridge. So, when you're offered the position of lecturer, what does that mean? He gives lectures and what? His food and his lodging is taken care of? Who pays for that? The school? How does the school pay for that? Like, these things don't make sense. And as a lecturer, what? He goes to at the Church of England parish church, he shows up. How often does he have to show up and do a lecture? What does the lecturer position entail back then? And And again, what does it pay? How does that all work? At St. Benet's Church in Cambridge. Is this a big, nice church? Let's see. Oh, this is a big, badass church. It's one of these. Is a church in England parish? Is a Church of England parish church in central Cambridge, England. Parts of the church, most notably the tower, are Anglo-Saxon, and it is the oldest church in Cambridgeshire, as well as the oldest building in Cambridge. It was founded in 1020. They founded it. St. Benet's Anglo-Saxon Tower was most probably built between 1011 and 1050 AD, although the present bell openings were added in 1586. The tower has characteristically Anglo-Saxon long and short quoins. These project beyond the rubble's face, indicating that the tower used to be rendered as All Saints Church, Earl Barton is. It used to be rendered. Inside the church, the 11th century arch supporting the tower is its most notable feature. So, again, this building is still standing. It's been 1,400 years and this building is still standing. That seems remarkable. Somebody knew how to build a fucking building back then. The arcade of the nave is from a rebuilding of 1300, when the aisles were also rebuilt. The 14th century aisles and the north and east walls of the chancel were razed when the church was widened during two Victorian restorations. Is this like AI fucking up when creating this narrative because they really didn't expect anybody to look too far into it? So the east walls of the chancel were razed when the church was widened? What the fuck does that mean? In 1853, Raphael Brandon rebuilt the north aisle and added the porch. In 1853, this guy he did that? In 1872, Arthur Bloomfield rebuilt the southern aisle, the chancel, and the clerestory of the nave, including the chancel arch. During these works, Anglo-Saxon footings of quoins, Quoins, were found, which indicated that the original nave was wider than it is today. It is not known when the aisles were first added, but it seems likely to have been at a rebuilding before that of circa 1300. In the 13th century, the chancel was altered, hence the deeply splayed early English Gothic lancet windows on the south side, one of which is now blocked. The sedilia and piscina in the chancel are 14th century, with a decorated Gothic ogied arches. The clerestory and the roof of the nave are late Perpendicular Gothic and date from 1452. St. Benet's has one monumental brass, a small kneeling figure of Richard Billingford, who died in 1442, and had been master of Corpus Christi College 1398 to 1432. He was the master of the college for 34 years. What was this college? What was the Corpus Christi College back in the 14 fucking hundreds? Like, does this not blow you guys away? Instead of sitting there bored, thinking, oh my God, I can't believe it. I want to teacher, I want to go party tonight when I get out of school, blah, blah. Now that you're an adult and you hear this shit, what about this makes sense? The master of the Corpus Christi College was so influential that a brass sculpture of him was made and put in the church? What? The church is a grade 1 listed building. That's that. That's all you're going to get. Here's the tower arch with animal carvings. That's the 11th century. That was built in the thousands. Who was building that? Who was moving those giant stones in the thousands and setting them in place? Who commissioned that work? I mean, it's just such an unbelievable narrative that we're given. That these random poor... I mean, we don't even know, actually. They say, well, we don't know how the actual thing, it was just founded. It was founded in the fucking 1020s. They founded it. They put that ED on the end so it sounds more, more regal. We founded this. They found that shit. They didn't build that shit. Roadhouse, thatched roof, roughly built dwellings with naturally resourced from around there. It'd be nice if that was the case. Okay, so Brown was offered a lecture position at that church in Cambridge, possibly through Greenham, but his tenure there was short. Brown came to reject the Puritan view of reform from within the church and started to look outside the established church. So, again, what is this guy's, like, what's his deal, man? In 1581, Brown had become the leader of this movement and, in Norwich, attempted to set up a separate congregational church outside the Church of England. He was arrested but released on the advice of William Cecil, his kinsman. So, to think that the Church of England is so uptight that this guy forming a group of people who want to believe, again, that God's favorite color is blue over green or whatever the fuck, something stupid, that there's such a threat that they send their police force to go arrest him. He's taken to the jail? I mean, again, who built the jail? What jail are we talking about? Like, what's the story behind said jail? Who was the commissioner? How did that whole police thing work? And then, let's see, he was arrested but released on the advice of William Cecil, his kinsman. Released who? How did William Kinsman, who did he advise? The king? Who called for the arrest of this guy and the king? Like, this is stupid. His kinsman. What's a kinsman? Brown and his companions left England and moved to Middelburg in the Netherlands, later in 1581. Think about that. So does anybody know the distance between Cambridge and Middelburg? Let's see. I don't want to lose this page. All right, let's see. Wait. God, this is stupid. I can't pull this up without losing my page. I don't want to lose my page here. If somebody can look it up real quick, who's watching, look up the distance between Cambridge and Middelburg, Netherlands. If you could do that for me, I'd really appreciate that. They organized a church on what they conceived to be the New Testament model, but the community broke up within 2 years owing to internal dissensions. I mean, think about this. So somehow this guy convinces you to move from Cambridge, which is pretty big, to Middelburg, which again I'm trying to figure out. It says your message was retracted. I don't know. Can you? What the hell's that? Did you do it or did they? You did it if it was retracted, right? Come on, give me a distance, peoples. Shouldn't be that hard. Middelburg, B-U-R-G. B-U-R-G. Ange! She's not here. But you follow this guy in his beliefs to this place, and within 2 years, you break off. Like, again, just think about it. These are people. How are they living? When they moved as a group, do you know how difficult? I mean, even if it's 10 miles between Middelburg and Cambridge, which it's probably a lot more, to move a large group of people with what belongings, and what did they use? Was it like a wagon train like it was in the West? I can't pull up a new tab or anything on this fucking stupid phone. Cambridge, England to Middelburg, Holland. This is why I need an assistant so bad. Okay, it's 277 miles. 277.4 miles, and you cross a large waterway that has to be a bridge. I'm going to try to see what it... Oh yeah, there's a huge waterway. It's the Strait of Dover. Let's look up the Strait of Dover Bridge. There is no bridge over the Strait of Dover, but the Channel Tunnel, also known as the Channel, connects the two continents beneath the strait. Okay, so let's look this up. Let's see what this has to say. Channel Tunnel. The Channel Tunnel, sometimes referred to informally as the Channel, is 50.46 kilometers or 31 miles undersea. Is a 50.46 kilometer, 31.35 mile undersea railway tunnel opened in 1994 that connects Folkestone, Kent, England, with Colocles in France. beneath the English Channel at the Strait of Dover. It is the only fixed link between the island of Great Britain and the European mainland. At its lowest point, it is 75 meters, 246 feet below the seabed. Not just the sea, but the seabed. And 115 meters or 377 feet below sea level. What? And we built that. We fucking built that. It has the longest underwater section of any tunnel in the world and is the third longest railway tunnel in the world. The speed limit for trains in the tunnel is 160 kilometers per hour or 99 miles per hour. The tunnel is opened and operated by Getlink, formerly Group Eurotunnel. Okay. The tunnel carries high-speed Eurostar passenger trains with shuttle services for road vehicles and freight trains. It connects end-to-end with high-speed railway lines, the LVG Nord in France and High Speed 1 in England. In 2017, rail services carried 10.3 million passengers and 1.22 million tons of freight. The shuttle carried 10.4 blah 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 blah. Plans to build a cross-channel tunnel were proposed as early as 1802. They were talking about building a tunnel. Plans were made to build a tunnel. But British political and media criticism, motivated by fears of compromising national security, had disrupted attempts to build one. Not the impossibility of it. The political bullshit? Are you kidding me? An early, unsuccessful attempt was made in the late 19th century on the English side, in the hope of forcing the hand of the English government. The eventual successful project, organized by Eurotunnel, began construction in 1988 and opened in 1994. 6 years it took to build that shit. How the fuck did we build that shit? Estimated to cost $5.5 billion in 1985. It was at the time the most expensive construction project ever proposed. The final cost amounted to 9 billion lire, equivalent to 22.6 billion lira, or not lira, pounds. Sorry, pounds. 22.6 billion pounds in 2023. Since its opening, the tunnel has experienced occasional mechanical problems. Both fires and cold weather have temporarily disrupted operation. Since at least 1997, aggregations of migrants around Calais seeking entry into the United Kingdom, such as through the tunnel, have prompted deterrence and countermeasures. It's pretty brave. Make the 277-mile trek. 277 fucking miles. All right. History. Key dates. 1802, Albert Matthew put forward a cross-channel tunnel proposal. In 1802, why would they think they could do that? Just think about that. You believe that 1802, we were just this fucking, basic people. We didn't do shit in 1802. Yet we're building buildings, we're building ferries, it's just so crazy when you think about who we're told we were and then who we seem to have been. The fact that anybody in 1802 was like, yeah, 277.4 miles. underneath the fucking ocean. We can do that. We can do that. We got that. In 1875, the Channel Tunnel Company Ltd. began preliminary trials. In 1882, the Abbott's Cliff heading had reached 897 yards, 820 miles or meters, and that at Shakespeare Cliff was 2,040 yards in length. What? And now we jump to January 1975. Like, I want to know more about that. What the fuck that was. January 1975, a UK-France government-backed scheme which started in 1974 was canceled. February of 1986, again, February. Stop saying February. It's not February, it's February. February 1986, the Treaty of Canterbury was signed, allowing the project to proceed. Okay, I don't care about the rest. Let's see. I want to hear about this. In 1802, Albert Mathieu Favre, a French mining engineer, proposed a tunnel under the English Channel with illumination from oil lamps, horse-drawn coaches, and an artificial island positioned mid-channel for changing horses. His design envisioned a bored two-level tunnel with the top used for transport and the bottom one for groundwater flows. What? This guy is talking about a 2-story tunnel underneath whatever they said, so many feet of fucking water. Are you paying attention to what I'm reading you? It was a right pain in the arse. That's what it was. This is like, again, why would he think that would be possible? Who did he propose it to? And the fact that they didn't do it, not because it was impossible, because they couldn't get the political shit in order. What? To think they were there in 1802, but then something happened, the political shit happened, and then something must have happened that knocked us back because it didn't come back up for a while. In 1839, Aimé Tom de Gamon, a Frenchman, performed the first geological and hydrographical surveys on the channel between Calais and Dover. He explored several schemes and, in 1856, presented a proposal to Napoleon III for a mined railway tunnel from Cap Grise to East Ware Point with a port air shaft on the Varne sandbank at a cost of 170 million francs or less than 7 million pounds. I mean, are you kidding me? That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. How would they even begin to know how deep it was back then? Plans for 1856. Plan of 1856 for a cross-channel link with a port shift air shaft on the Varne sandbank mid-channel. There's a sandbank mid-channel. That seems strange. So this is what this guy designed back in 1856. Look at the buildings. Look at the tunnel. This was possible back in 1856? There's the sandbar in the middle that apparently they know of because they're real good at scuba diving back then. In 1865, a deputation led by George Ward Hunt proposed the idea of a tunnel to the chancellor of the executor of the day, William Ewart Gladstone. Ewart. In 1866, Henry Mark Brunel made a survey of the floor of the Strait of Dover. By his results, he proved that the floor was comprised of chalk, like the adjoining cliffs, and thus a tunnel was feasible. For his survey, he invented a gravity corer, which is still used in geology. Shut the fuck up. He needed to do this thing, so he invented something that's still used today. Around 1856. Gosh, that's 1866. That's right around that time where it seems like we emerged, like he found the technology. He's doing a geographical survey of the bottom of this lake that is significantly big. This strait, I mean, that's 277 miles long. And so he just invents the gravity corer. This is it. It's this thing. The box corer is a marine geological sampling tool for soft sediments in lakes or oceans. It is deployed from a research vessel with a wire and suitable for any depth, any water depth. It is designed for a minimum of disturbance of the sediment surface. What the fuck? Of the sediment surface by bow wave effects, which is important for quantitative investigations of the benthic micro to macro fauna, geochemical processes, sampling of bottom water, or sedimentology. Yep. It's a good thing this guy invented it in the 1800s and it still works today. It's the gravity. It's the gravity core or the box core, because gravity core sounds dumb as fuck. It's funny how it doesn't call it a gravity core anywhere on here. But here it's called a gravity core. Around 1866, William Lowe and Sir John Hawkshaw promoted tunnel ideas, but apart from preliminary geological studies, none were implemented. Just think about this. So these guys are what? Getting together at the local tavern, I guess. I don't fucking know. I think about life back then and how it could have existed in such a modern-esque setting, yet we were so far behind. There was no electricity. There was no, no vehicles. How would the tavern stay filled with alcohol? Who was supplying, the supply chains and all that shit? These are huge businesses. Especially a place like a bar. People are going to drink a lot back then. Where did it all come from? The story is that the pilgrims and the founding fathers and all that shit, that they didn't trust the water, so they drank mead and beer all the time. So they were drunk all the time. But it's like, how stupid could they be? And how did they not trust the water? Like, they'd been there for a while at this point, and they still didn't trust the water? That seems weird. An official Anglo-French protocol was established in 1876 for a cross-channel railway tunnel. In 1881, British railway entrepreneur Sir Edward Watkin and Alexander Lavallee, a French Suez Canal contractor. Gotta love those Suez Canal people. They just did the impossible. And we don't know how, like, we could easily jump down that Suez Canal tunnel right here really easily. Oh shit, we're gonna have to. Hang on. We're in the Anglo-French Submarine Railway Company that conducted exploratory work on both sides of the channel. The Submarine Railway Company. They had submarines? Or are they just saying it's below the water? How, because the idea, the history of submarines, I've looked into it, and it don't make no sense, and it's a lot of yada yada. So I don't remember there being access to any sort of submarines back then, so. You're gonna love this. From June 1882 to March 1883, the British tunnel boring machine tunneled through chalk a total of 1,840 meters or 6,037 feet. That's 6,000 feet in 1882. While Lavallee used a similar machine to drill 1,669 meters or 5,476 feet from Sanguet on the French side. So let's check this out. Wow. A tunnel boring machine, also known as a mole or a worm. The Mind Unveiled video was talking about this technology that you didn't know existed, that don't make no sense. But you stick with me on this, okay? Share the video, by the way. If you're watching, fucking share this shit. Trust me, it's about to get really interesting. A tunnel boring machine, TBM, also known as a mole or a worm, is a machine used to excavate tunnels. Tunnels are excavated through hard rock, wet or dry soil, or sand, each of which requires specialized technology. Here is one of the tunnel boring machines used for the Channel Tunnel between France and the United Kingdom. That doesn't look like an AI image at all, does it? Like, does that really look real to you guys? So if the tunnel bore machine is that big, what bore the tunnel that it's in? Because that tunnel is much bigger than that tunnel boring machine. So what bored that tunnel? Anybody? Anybody got an idea? This shit's pretty small, considering the tunnel looks to be about 5 times the size. Looks like you could put about 5 more of those in there, 4 or 5 more of those. So what's doing that? What's capable of that? It's so big that 2 train tracks fit on there, huh? 2 train tracks right next to it? I think the idea of it's like what took the pictures of the satellite flying through space. What bored the tunnel that the tunnel boring machine is in? So stupid. That is an AI generated image. That's not a real fucking image of something. Tunnel boring machines are an alternative to drilling and blasting D&B methods of hand mining. TBMs limit the disturbance to the surrounding ground and produce a smooth tunnel wall. This reduces the cost of lining the tunnel and is suitable for use in urban areas. Same one that helped CERN. Right. CERN doesn't exist. I don't believe in CERN. Either CERN doesn't exist or they found it. But if you look at the history of CERN, it's like, seriously, what technology did we have? I mean, I guess apparently we had tunnel boring machines in the 1800s. Because we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. This is probably the most interesting part of this video so far. TBMs are expensive to construct, and larger ones are challenging to transport. How did they transport it to begin with? These fixed costs become less significant for longer tunnels. TBM bored tunnel cross sections range from 1 to 17 meters, 3.3 to 57 feet to date. What? Are we talking about the cross section? So it's width? Why didn't they just say width? Yes. Okay, so width. So they go anywhere from 3 feet to 57 feet. They have tunnel boring machines that are 57 feet. How do you transport that thing? That seems tremendous. A bigger mole, exactly. All right. Narrower tunnels are typically bored using trenchless construction methods or horizontal directional drilling rather than TBMs. TBM tunnels are typically circular in cross-section, although they may be U-shaped, horseshoes, square, or rectangular. What? I mean, I get the whole spinning one. And you get the round tunnel. How do you get square tunnels? Tunnel speeds increase over time. The first TBM peaked at 4 meters per week. What's that, 12 feet per week? This increased to 16 meters per week 4 decades later. So these guys moved 12 feet per week and dug 1,800 feet. No. What was it? 6,000 something feet. How many weeks would it take to drill? I mean, hang on. 6,000 plus divided by 12. That's 500 weeks. What's 500 weeks? 500 weeks divided by 12 is 41 years. That would have taken 41 years to do in the 1800s. So how did they do that? How did they both do that? The one guy did the tunnel, it was almost 6,000 feet. The other guy did the tunnel, it was over 6,000 feet. If they were only capable of drilling 12 feet per week, that would have taken 41 years to do. And that's not what's said, is it? They make it sound like they drilled those tunnels around the same time, in the same year. This is why this is so fascinating to me. Because you don't have to go conspiracy theory to fuck your brain up. All you got to do is read what they want you to read, and you realize, holy shit, this isn't right. I mean, 4 decades later, they were only going 16 meters per week. So that's what, 36 feet? No. That's like, what's 16 times 4, 32, 70, 64? They were going 64 feet per week 4 decades later. That still would have taken multiple years to get done. Same as square sausage. Must be a Scottish machine. No, not even close, but that's funny. Let me get a square sausage. Listen to this. Isn't this fucking your head up, Karen? I'm not reading conspiracy. You read one account and the account is telling you this, this, and this. And I only got to this next account because the machine that they said that they used, it was lit up blue. So I clicked on it and it brought me to the TBM. So this shit is telling me that at the time that the first machines were invented, they could only go 12 feet per week. And I'm assuming, you know what? Maybe the first ones were invented a lot earlier, and we're at the 64 feet per week time. Hadn't gotten that far. Let's see. By the end of the 19th century, okay, so here we are. By the end of the 19th century, speeds had reached over 30 meters per week. So that's 90 feet per week. So 90 feet per week, $6,000 divided by 90 equals 66 weeks. So that's like a year in what? 3 months, 4 months? And the other one, it was significantly higher than 6,000, so. Interesting, huh? And that's by the end, so I don't know if we're talking about in 1888 or whatever that guy was talking about. So let's see. 21st century rock TBMs can excavate over 700 meters per week, while soil tunneling machines can exceed 200 meters per week. Speeds generally decline as tunnel sizes increase. So here we go. Here's the fun part. History. The first successful tunneling shield was developed by Sir Isambard Brunel to excavate the Thames Tunnel in 1825. Who the fuck? What? And that's this motherfucker. That guy built this thing and apparently a machine that could turn it. And they only went, this is, I guess, 12 feet per week. So I'm going to click on the blue here. Oh, that just brought me down. Okay, well, a tunneling shield is a protective structure used during the excavation of large human-made tunnels. While excavating through ground that is soft, liquid, or otherwise unstable, there is a potential health and safety hazard to workers and the project itself from falling materials or a cave-in. A tunneling shield can be used as a temporary support structure. It is usually in place for the short term from when the tunnel section is excavated until it can be lined with a permanent support structure. The permanent structure may be made up of, depending on the period, bricks, concrete, cast iron, or steel. Although modern shields are completely cylindrical, the first shield designed by Mark Isabard Brunel, a lot of Brunels, was actually a large rectangular scaffold-like iron structure with 3 levels and 12 sections per level. A solid load-bearing top surface with a solid load-bearing top surface. Man, that's pretty amazing. The structure protected the men from cave-ins as they labored within it, digging the tunnel out in front of the shield. Side view of the tunneling shield, far right, used to construct the Thames Tunnel. The permanent brick supporting structure is built immediately behind it. That is the dumbest fucking shit. That is fucking silly. So these guys here are the ones that are supposedly digging. And then these guys are laying brick out behind them while they're digging. This is the method that they use to dig the Thames Tunnel? Shut the fuck up. This is so stupid. God, I wish you'd been here for this. Tunneling shield used for the construction of the Zizane Tunnel on Taiwan. The first successful tunneling shield was developed by Mark Isambard Brunel and patented by him and Lord Cochrane in June of 1818. In 1818, they are digging tunnels underneath waterways. Did you hear that? You hear what I said?
Yes, I did. It makes perfect sense.
So he designed it, right? Who built it? And how did they commission the steel? And then what? They commissioned where to put all the rivets. And they got it right. They got it right the first time. It wasn't like there was a long testing period or anything like that. In 1818, he was like, hey, we need to build one of these shields for doing something we've never done before. And he was like, all right, cool. I got this design that will work perfectly the first time. And Lord El Cucamonga was like, cool. And these guys are having this conversation in the castle that was built by somebody. Slaves in prison labor.
Well, and the poor people and the bricklayers and the masons.
Who clearly put so much pride in effort. Why wouldn't they?
Blacksmiths and the artisans and the ceramics people. What do they call them?
Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the castles?
All of it. It's a combination of.
Well, no, because the castles were built by. So you can't say all that.
Well, no, they still had those skills.
No, they still had the skills, but they didn't build the castles because, well, the castles were built by, and that's it.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
On Google?
Yeah.
The castles were built by, we don't know?
We don't know. We don't know how exactly these castles were built. I just looked up this church.
They're indestructible. What do you mean you don't know how they were built? They had better architects and engineers back then than they do now?
The oldest church in Cambridge, England.
England, yes.
Right, that's where...
Older than Germany?
No, it's from 10,000... It's from 1,000... It was founded in 1020 AD. Founded.
Was it occupied?
It was founded. And it's still standing. Still going. Because, like you said, they were capable of building buildings that last 1,400 years back then.
I mean, I don't doubt that they're capable of doing that, but why don't they? I know it's expensive and blah, blah,
How can it be
blah.
expensive? Well, because we can't. We can't. We don't know how they put stones together in a way that you can't slide a credit card through, but there's no mortar. We don't know how they did that.
I mean, there has to be some sort of mortar.
Sweetheart,
It's just not the mortar.
how did we build those castles and shit? The answer is,
How do you spell that?
be clever. Well, here, we're learning about this. So we're learning about the tunnels right now. So the first successful rectangular tunneling shield was developed by Mark Isambard Brunel and patented by him and Lord Cochrane in January of 1818. In January of 1818, he built this motherfucker and patented it.
Okay. It says it right here.
What?
Castles were built.
Yeah. Read it.
I just did.
And what's it say? It depends on the castle.
Planning. The site was cleared and leveled, and the building's shape and size were marked out with wooden pegs and string. A master mason who could draw plans was essential. Foundation trenches were dug and filled with a mixture of rubble and mortar. Retaining walls were then built on top, and the space between them was filled with more rubble and mortar. Castles were built using a variety of materials, including rubble, ashlar, lime, sand, and soil. Rubble was a cheap and easy-to-lay material used for walls that weren't visible. Ashlar was a more expensive, high-quality stone used for exterior walls. Lime was made by burning chalk or limestone, and sand was extracted from quarries, riverbeds, and the seashore. Quarrymen split stones by reading the rock face to see where it would fracture, driving holes into the stone, and pounding corners in the holes. Stonemasons chiseled raw stone into blocks, and man-powered cranes lifted finished stones to scaffolding. Transporting stone and other building materials was a major logistical problem. If possible, a quarry was established close to the site, or the stone was transported by navigable rivers and waterways. The earliest castles,
Unless it wasn't, because there's not always waterways.
if possible.
Right.
The earliest castles were called Motte and Bailey castles, and were mostly made from wood. These castles were cheap and quick to build, and were
Wooden
often
castles.
built on hills with a wooden wall around the top and a second wooden wall at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
That's all.
Well, now I know. That makes
The
sense.
materials, as far as the materials and shit, like,
No, that's okay. So
why
they're-
don't they use
they're-
ashlar anymore? Is
They're
it too
pointing out.
expensive?
They're pointing out like what you would need to do, but not pointing out how they did it. Well, they would need to have a quarry nearby. Yeah, but so many of those didn't have quarries nearby, and come to find out, the stones are from super far away, and then the stones are also thousands and thousands of pounds, tons and tons, hundreds of tons. Some of these base stones are hundreds of tons. How do they move all that shit? Like, it just gets ridiculous. Once you go past that first level, it gets ridiculous. So Brunel and his son, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, his name was Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Was he black? Used it to excavate the Thames Tunnel beginning in 1825, though the tunnel was not opened until 1843. So I'm to believe that this guy and his son excavated the Thames Tunnel by hand?
Yeah. With a shovel.
Pickaxes.
That's what I said to you.
Oh, you didn't see the picture.
I was worried about you yesterday. Thought we lost you.
So this is the shield.
Yeah, the wall.
And so they're excavating, and then behind them, bricklayers are laying the tunnel
Yes,
as they excavate.
that makes sense.
Makes sense. And they know they're not going to hit any deep water pockets or anything. They're good to
Well,
go.
they used the rod.
The
Divining
dowsing rod. Dowsing. Divine. Yeah. It's something like that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we have phones here. We could just look. Brunel said to have been inspired in his design by the shell of the ship worm.
It's a dowsing rod or a divining rod.
I was going to say dowsing
It's
rod.
both.
Yeah.
I said dowsing rod earlier.
A mollusk whose efficiency at boring through submerged timber was observed while working in a shipyard.
Mm.
You're kidding me, right?
They watched this little mollusk chew through wood. They were like, oh, that's how we do it.
And then everybody was like, did you hear? That guy over in that town?
Watched a fucking clam
Right.
chew through wood.
Right. And everybody was like, that's how we do it. That information spread all over somehow.
They
The
took a
shield
carrier pigeon.
the shield was built by Maudslay, Sons and Field of Lambeth, London, who also built the steam pumps for dewatering the tunnel.
Oh my God, you're so...
Right, because they needed steam pumps for dewatering the tunnel. Good thing they happened to have those for the project that hadn't been done before. See, this is where I click on this next thing and I'm just shocked by it. Okay, so Henry Maudslay, pronunciation and spelling. I guess that's what it, oh, I could click on that.
Oh my God.
Maudslay, August 22nd, 1771 to February 14th, 1831. He died on Valentine's Day. Aww. Was an English machine tool inventor, tool and die maker, and inventor. He is considered a founding father of machine tool technology. His inventions were an important foundation for the Industrial Revolution. Maudslay's invention of a metal lathe to cut metal he invented a metal cutting machine. He cut that metal with a different machine. Circa 1800, enabled the manufacture of standard screw thread sizes. Standard through thread sizes allowed interchangeable parts and the development of mass production. This is the guy who gave us the screw. That is interesting. Maudslay was the fifth of 7 children of Henry Maudslay, a wheelwright in the Royal Engineers, of course. Of course, it's always like that. And Margaret, nee Whitaker, the young widow of Joseph Laundry. That seems like that's unnecessary. It's funny how in these stories, because that's all they are, stories, they always throw in unnecessary detail. So in your head, it tricks you. You think you were reading this detailed story, but the details aren't anything important. Who gives a fuck if his mother was the young widow of Joseph Laundry? What would that have anything to do with anything? And who's Joseph Laundry? If I can't, it's his name's not blue, so he must not be important. His father was wounded in action, and so in 1756 became an artificer. What is an artificer? an artificer at the Royal Arsenal, Woolwich in Kent, where he remained until 1776 and died in 1780. The family lived in an alley that no longer exists off Beersford Square between Powis Street and Beersford Street. See, again, it's like unnecessary details, not where he went to school, how he got how he got the education and shit like that. Maudsley began work at the age of 12 as a powder monkey, one of the boys employed in filling cartridges at the arsenal. So, where did he get his education to learn to invent things? He just had that information? He's just a prodigy? The father of modern machine tools was a fucking gunpowder packer filling cartridges at the arsenal. After 2 years, at 14, he was transferred to a carpenter's shop, followed by a blacksmith's forge, where at the age of 15, he began training as a blacksmith. There you go. There you go. It just works that way. He was transferred by the company that he worked for. He seems to have specialized in the lighter, more complex kind of forge work. During his time at the arsenal, Maudsley also worked at the Royal Foundry, where Jan Verbuggen had installed an innovative horizontal boring machine in 1772. Oh my God, now I gotta click on this. A horizontal boring machine, or horizontal boring mill, is a machine tool which bores holes in a horizontal direction. There are three main types: table, planer, and floor. A table type is the most common and is the most versatile. It is also known as the universal type. The horizontal boring machine has its work spindle parallel to the ground and work table. Typically, there are 3 linear axes in which the tool head and part move. Convention dictates that the main axis that drives the parts towards the work spindle is the z-axis, with a cross-traversing x-axis and a vertically traversing y-axis. The work spindle is referred to as the C-axis, and if a rotary table is incorporated, its center line is the B-axis. Horizontal boring machines are often heavy-duty industrial machines used for roughing out large components, but there are high precision models too. Modern machines use advanced computer numeric control systems and techniques. Charles de Villiers entered the Machine Tool Hall of Fame for his work upon a highly precise model in which he called the jig mill. The accuracy of this machine convinced the United States Air Force to accept John Parsons' idea for numerically controlled machine tools. That's it.
That makes perfect sense.
That's that. That's the Wikipedia on horizontal boring machines. And it was invented in 1772. No, he installed an innovative horizontal boring machine in 1770. But there's literally no history of it when I click on it. Why is it even blue then? Is it again to trick somebody that's looking into this into believing there's more information? So when you walk away, you feel like there was a lot of details. You might not remember any sort of specific details or whatever, but you just remember there was a lot, so it must be true. Maudsley acquired such a good reputation that Joseph Brahma, I don't know, called for his services on the recommendation of one of his employees. Brahma was surprised that he was only 18, but Maudsley demonstrated his ability and started work at Brahma's workshop in Denmark Street, St. Giles, Keith Reginald Gilbert. Again, it's almost like this is AI, and the AI fucks up every once in a while, and it doesn't make any sense. He was only 18, but Maudsley demonstrated his ability and started work at Brahma's workshop in Denmark Street, St. Giles, period, no space, Keith Reginald Gilbert. What the fuck does that even mean? That's not a place. Brahma designed and patented an improved type of lock based on the tumbler principle, but had difficulty manufacturing at an economic price. Maudsley built the lock that was displayed in Brahma's shop window with a notice offering a reward of 200 guineas to anyone who could pick it. It resisted all efforts for 47 years. Maudsley designed and made a set of special tools and machines that allowed the lock to be made at an economic price. But that you're not going to get any information on any of that. What are these machines? What are we even talking about? What is this lock? There's not even a blue thing of the lock. Brahma had designed a hydraulic press. It's crazy. Who is this Brahma guy? This guy designs all this cool shit, and then this other guy comes in and makes it better. And he's only 18, and he sent for him. I love that he sent for him. So he was in Denmark. Where was Maudsley? And all the way in Denmark, they had heard of this guy. Didn't know he was 18, but had heard of how good he was at designing. I mean, it's just goofy. Such a good reputation for. He installed. Okay. Okay, so he was packing cartridges, and then he moved to the blacksmith position, where he worked at the Royal Foundry, where Jan Verbruggen had installed an innovative horizontal boring machine in 1772. So somehow from that, Maudsley acquired such a good reputation that this Joseph Brahma guy called for his services on recommendation of one of his employees. Now, again, it's 17 something. This guy, has an office that he works out of? And one of his employees is like, sir, I just wanted to talk to you. There's this guy over in I don't know where. Doesn't really say. Maybe it's in Kent at Royal Arsenal Woolwich, then in Kent. I don't know where Royal Arsenal in Woolwich is. But he I guess he was there. Because it really just, like, again, this dude's working at 12. So my youngest son just turned 12. You go, oh no, but times were so much different back then and blah, blah. He was still biologically 12. I just, how is that possible? I mean, I guess if he's only filling cartridges, I guess that makes sense. But by 15, he's the blacksmith. And we don't discuss, like, who is he doing? What is he in some sort of apprentice program where they cover his room and board and like, how does all this work? Who funds all this? Where is all this taking place? This guy is the father of modern day tools. We don't, I mean, it's a great story, but it just seems like just that. It's this really easy surface story. So if for some reason, because the only way you're ever going to ever look this guy up is if you're in school and you have to do some sort of book report on the history of tools or whatever. So you go and you look this shit up and you find out this guy, and there's nice, it's even set up like a report. Look, you know, once you go up his career. Now this part's with Joseph Bramah, okay? The Bramah lock, the hydraulic press, this, we read about this, okay, so now we move to the next thing. Like, it's all set up like it's a, you know, it's set up for your book reports. But it's not like, you know, how is he coming up with these things? How is he building what he's coming up with? I get it. He's a blacksmith. Okay. But where does he build the locking mechanism, the hydraulic presses, all this shit? How does this work? Maudley's early screw cutting lathes of circa 1797 while working for Joseph Bramah and 1800s in his own business. Maudley's screw cutting lathe. So he built that. I mean, it just doesn't seem. Again, this is a guy who at 12 years old was filling cartridges. He just had a knack for it, I guess. Let's get out of here. We're way off course. That's how the guy built the tunneling machine, the tunneling shield. Now we're back to the history of the boring machine. In 1840, Alfred Eli Beach, editor of Scientific American Journal. So think about this. What was being used to print Scientific American Journal and then distribute it all across the country to anybody that wanted it? How long was it from when the issue was printed until you got it? I mean, these are things that you're never supposed to ask or think about, but to me, these seem like really reasonable questions. Scientific American Journal was the first to suggest a circular design would be superior to Brunel's rectangular design. In 1868, Beach built a circular shield, a picture of which was printed in a New York News article about the pneumatic tunnel system idea. The design was based upon Brunel's shield lattice and screw jacked forwards as the face advanced manually. I guess. In 1864, Peter W. Barlow applied for a design patent that had a circular cross-section. Theoretically, this made the shield easier to build and better able to support surrounding soil. Theoretically, because no shield was ever built using this design. So why is it in the story? In 1864, the 1864 Barlow patent was further improved and given a provisional patent in 1868, but never ratified as Barlow died a short time afterward. Brunel's original design was substantially improved upon by James Henry Graythede, who was granted 3 patents for different shield designs. Additionally, he invented the concept of sprayed concrete grout to stabilize earthworks with injected concrete, a gritting pan that hydraulically injected reinforced grout into the cavities between the constructed lining and the circular tunnel wall. Graythede was the first to ever use a cylindrical tunneling shield, which he did in the course of the construction of the Tower subway under the River Thames in central London in 1869. The Thames tunnel is 1,340 feet, 410 meters. So this thing we keep talking about, they're digging tunnels 1,300 feet long underneath waterways. That's amazing. The Graythede shield was 7 feet 3 inches in diameter. Similarly, Alfred Ely Beach opened his tunnel to the public on March 1st, 1870. So wait a minute. He opened his tunnel to the public. He just built this tunnel? Like, it wasn't commissioned by the government of the time or whatever. He opened his tunnel to the public. A guy built a tunnel underneath the Thames River. I'm reading this right. Like, this is, and really, so that's Alfred Ely Beach was an American inventor, September 1st, 1826 to January 1st, 1896, 70 years. American inventor, entrepreneur, publisher, and patent lawyer, born in Springfield, Massachusetts. He is born in Springfield, Massachusetts, and is doing work underneath the River Thames over in Europe. Wow, that's impressive. He is known for his design of the earliest predecessor to the New York City subway, the Beach Pneumatic Transit. Oh man, we are getting so deep into this shit. Which became the first subway in America, the Beach Pneumatic Transit. The Beach Pneumatic Transit was the first attempt to build an underground public transit system in New York City. It was developed by Alfred E. Beach in 1869 as a demonstration subway line running on pneumatic power. What is pneumatic power? Fluid power is the use of fluids under pressure to generate, control, and transmit power. Fluid power is conventionally subdivided into hydraulics using a liquid such as mineral oil or water, the pneumatics using a gas such as compressed air or other gases. Right, because in the 1800s, getting compressed gas. How do you get compressed gas? How does that even work? How do you contain that? How do you build the container for the compressed gas? And then how do you get it in there? Although steam is also a fluid, steam power is usually classified separately from fluid power, implying hydraulics or pneumatics. Compressed air and water pressure systems were once used to transmit power from a central source to industrial users over extended geographic areas. fluid power systems today are usually within a single building or mobile machine. But we used to use it over long distant geographical areas. All right. The line had one stop in the basement of the Rogers Peet building near the old city station, and a one-car shuttle running between the building and a dead end approximately 300 feet, 91 meters away. It was not a regular mode of transportation and lasted from 1870 to 1873. You're kidding me. Look at this. In 1873, they had this.
Perfect.
It went 300 feet underground. They don't say how deep it was. Scientific America has the pneumatic tunnel under Broadway, New York. We give this week's illustrations of this remarkable work, which, with a brief description of the details of construction and mode of operation, will give the general reader a good understanding of the nature of this mode of transit. Having fully set forth the benefits to be derived from it in a previous article, we shall confine ourselves to present entirely to a description of the work and a brief history of the origin and progress of transit by means of air enclosed in tubes. By means of air enclosed in tubes. So, like, you know how when you go to the bank and you'd send the bank machine thing up whoosh, and it'd go through to the that's what they're talking about, but for people. That's what I mean. They had those Futurama tunnels back in the day underneath the city. This is from Scientific American, March 5th, 1870. As conspiracy theory as you want. The engravings give an excellent idea of the various parts and appliances. The tunnel is 8 feet in diameter in the clear. It is lined with masonry, brickwork, laid up in water cement. Laid up in water cement. A plan of a small portion of it is shown in Figure 1, which includes the present terminus and passenger station at the center of Broadway and Warren Street, and shows the position of machinery, etc. This will be at once understood on inspection, and we therefore pass to the I don't know if it's been redacted. Something isn't there, it looks like. Mode of excavation. This is shown in Figure 2, which represents the section of the tunneling machine or shield designed by Mr. A.E. Beach of the Scientific American. The guy that works for the magazine also designed the machine that's being used. What a fucking Renaissance man. Where are these guys today? You know, it's like if every other day you met a new Elon Musk and he was actually a real character. Like, he actually invented all the shit he gets credit for, not the team of people behind him. And he was everywhere. You just kept running into him everywhere. The body of this shield, like this whole tunnel system and shield isn't invented by a guy who spent his whole life doing tunnel systems and shields and or worked for the railways or whatever. This guy is a publisher writing articles for Scientific American. And yet he's also somehow not just successfully designed, but built this machine, this tunnel system that's underneath New York at the time of this article. Anybody could have written on this if they knew the right people or whatever they're trying. I don't even know what that means. What, like, do you? This is crazy. You would think I was lying if I wasn't reading this. The body of the shield is shown at A and is simply a short tube of timber work backed by a heavy wrought iron ring against which the hydraulic rams D act to advance the entire machine. The front part of the shield is a heavy chilled iron ring B brought to a cutting edge and crossed on the interior by shelves C, also sharpened. Bearing blocks E of timber are placed against the masonry, as shown, on which the rams press when the shield is advanced. F is the pump from which the water, and then I don't get any more. So you sit inside the thing, and then like a piston of some sort pushes the water that then pushes the compressed air that pushes your machine through the... Like, this shit is nuts. And they built it in... I mean, it was opened in 1870. This is in 1870. How long did this thing take to build? Here's the history. Let's read the history. Okay, Broadway Underground Railroad, 1872, New York. Okay, so this is supposedly what existed. Who built that building? There's underground railroads in New York in 1872?
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
And these people are just, what? Look at that shit. Who built the building? Look at that fucking building. They could build that shit. Not only could they build that shit, they could build it everywhere. It was everywhere. It was like easy to build. You find the history of whatever building that is, and you find, oh yeah, they built that in a year. Huh. It went from no building. Well, there was a building. There was a fire. Then somebody designed it, and it was built, and it all took place in a year or two. What do you mean that doesn't make sense? All that ornate, hand-carved, no machines, no power tools. Look, then then the train. Who built all those tunnels and shit? What are we talking about here? If I wasn't reading it to you and I was just sitting here talking to you and telling you, yeah, and then they had this and they had this and 18, you would say I'm lying. And have no fucking underground railroad shit in 1872. Come on, man. We lived in huts and the Dust Bowl and shit. Come on, man. LVB demonstrated a model of basic pneumatic subway system. In which air pressure in the tube pushed the cars at the American Institute exhibition in New York in 1867. American Institute is highlighted, or I can read that. But the American Institute exhibition in New York in 1867, not so much. How did he demonstrate this shit if it was in New York? After demonstrating that the model was viable, in 1869, Beach and his Beach Pneumatic Transit Company began constructing a pneumatically powered subway line beneath Broadway. Of all places, Broadway. He's been given the green light by, we don't get to know who, to build a pneumatic railway system underneath Broadway that travels over 90 feet. No, over 300 feet. Sorry. Over 300 feet. What? Funneled through a company he set up, Beach put up $350,000 of his own money to pay for the full-scale test project. $350,000, that's like a gazillion, bajillion, fulfillion today. How did this guy have this money already? Where did we get that? We haven't read why this guy is rich enough to be able to put up $1 million. He put up, okay. So the people who own New York, who run the government, whatever, says, okay, guy, you can build a giant tunnel underneath our main city street as long as you pay for it. And they're not like, no, that's a bad idea. The street's going to collapse and then we won't be able to use our main street. Nothing like that, huh? It's just an, okay, that sounds cool. Just be careful, dude. Situation. Built with a tunneling shield, the tunnel was complete in only 58 days. Come on. It's a single tunnel, 300 feet long, 8 feet in diameter, was completed in 1870 and ran under Broadway from Warren Street to Murray Street. How deep is it? How deep was your love? However, one of the city's top politicians of the day, William Boss Tweed, refused to support the project. With no initial political support for the project, Beach started the project by claiming he was building postal tubes. Because pneumatic postal tubes were such a common thing back then. What? Postal tubes? What is powering postal tubes? Now I gotta click on this shit. Pneumatic tubes, or capsule pipelines, also known as pneumatic tube transport or PTT, are systems that propel cylindrical containers through networks of tubes by compressed air or by partial vacuum. They are used for transporting solid objects as opposed to conventional pipelines which transport fluids. In the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, pneumatic tube networks gained acceptance in offices and needed to transport small, urgent packages such as mail, other paperwork, or money over relatively short distances within a building or, at most, within a city. Some installations became quite complex, but have mostly been superseded. However, they have been further developed in the 21st century in places such as hospitals to send blood samples and the like to clinical laboratories for analysis. Pneumatic tube system in Washington, D.C. in 1943. Someone built all that. What is going on? A small number of pneumatic tube transportation systems were built for larger cargo to compete with train and subway systems. However, they never gained popularity. How? They can you imagine if they just used compressed air, recycled compressed air and fluid that just was in a loop? There'd be no need for like all the fuel and shit that's used. It explains how they had subway and shit before there was electricity. Pneumatic transportation was invented by William Murdoch around 1799. Capsule pipelines were first used in the Victorian era to transmit telegrams from telegraph stations to nearby buildings. The system is known as pneumatic dispatch. In 1854, Josiah Latimer Clark was issued a patent, quote, for conveying letters or parcels between places by the pressure of air and vacuum. In 1853, he installed a 220-yard pipe, 220-yard, 200-meter pneumatic system between the London Stock Exchange in Threadneedle Street, London, and the offices of the Electric Telegraph Company in Lothbury. The Electric Telegraph Company used the system to acquire stock prices and other financial information to pass to subscribers of their service over the telegraph wires. That is fucking nuts. The advantage of the pneumatic system was that without it, the company would have had to employ runners to carry messages between the two buildings, or else employ trained telegraph operators within the stock exchange. In the mid-1860s, the company installed similar systems to local stock exchanges in Liverpool, Birmingham, and Manchester. After the telegraphs were nationalized in Britain, the pneumatic system continued to be expanded under post office telegraphs. The expansion was due to Joseph William Wilmot, previously employed at the Electric and International Telegraph Company, improving Latimer Clark's invention in 1870 with the double sluice pneumatic valve, and in 1880 the intermediate signaler quick break switch for pneumatic tubes, which dramatically sped up the process. It made it possible for a number of carrier messages to be in a tube at any one time. That is crazy. Think about that. Like, you see it in cartoons where they'll be like at the hotel and you know, the person will send the message up to the room or whatever.
Yeah.
And you always wonder, like, how does the message know to stop at this particular room? And I guess they just had it figured out in the 1860s. Get the fuck out of here. By 1880, there were over 21 miles of tube in London. A tube was laid between the Aberdeen Fish Market office and the main post office to facilitate rapid sale of the very perishable commodity. While they were commonly used for small parcels and documents, including cash carriers and banks or supermarkets, that's a lot. In the early 19th century, they were proposed for transit of heavy freight. It was once envisioned that networks of massive tubes might be used to transport people. Contemporary use. The technology is still used. I don't want to read about contemporary use. Still used on a smaller scale, while it is used for communicating information, has been superseded by electronics. Pneumatic tubes are widely used for transporting small objects where convenience and speed in a local environment are important. In the United States, drive-up banks often use pneumatic tubes for transport cash and documents between cars and tellers. By the 2020s, some of these have been removed. Obliviated? What is obliviated? Obliviated by the rise of mobile banking apps and the increased sophistication of ATMs. Many hospitals have a computer-controlled pneumatic tube system to deliver drugs, documents, and specimens to and from laboratories and nurses' stations. How does all that work? Many factories use them to deliver parts quickly across large campuses. Many larger stores use systems to securely transport excess cash from checkout stands to back offices and to send change back to cashiers. They are used in casinos to move money, chips, and cards quickly and securely. Japanese love hotels use them to allow customers to settle bills anonymously, no face-to-face contact. That's good they threw that in there. NASA's original Mission Control Center had pneumatic tubes connecting controller consoles with staff support rooms. Mission Operations Control Room 2 was last used in its original configuration in 1992 and then remodeled for other missions because the room was designated as a National Historic Landmark, blah, blah, I don't care. Pneumatic tube systems have been used in nuclear chemistry to transport stamps, okay. Till it closed, McDonald's and Urbana used the words only pneumatic air drive-through, sending food from their strip mall location to drive through in the middle of the parking lot. That's great. It went from being used. Okay. So that's that. That's the end of that. So the initial permit was to install a pair of postal tubes below Broadway. However, Tweed later amended the permit to allow the excavation of a single large tunnel wherein the smaller tubes could reside. See, it's funny because they sort of just leave that out. When you look up, oh, well, I was looking up postal tubes. I'm looking up pneumatic tubes now. No, I'm looking up this specific pneumatic tube. But to think like, oh, well, you're just going to put postal tubes under here? That's fine. We like those. We have those, says the boss. The exact location of the tubes was determined during construction by compass and survey, as well as verified by driving jointed rods of iron up through the roof of the tunnel to the pavement. That seems like that would be a bad idea. The line was built as a demonstration of the pneumatic transit system, open to the public with a 25-cent fare per person. You don't feel like walking 300 feet? Here, take this. Proceeds for the admission went to the Union Home and School for Soldiers and Sailors Orphans. Soldiers and Sailors Orphans. It was planned to run about 5 miles in total to Central Park if it were ever completed. They were planning on making a pneumatic tunnel that ran 5 miles. Like, they had the tunnels that were capable of pushing mail for long periods of time, but to say, yeah, we could push mail or we could push a fucking a little thing with people in it 5 miles. That's ballsy. For the public, the project was used as an attraction. It ran only a single car on its 1 block-long track to a dead end at its terminus. And passengers would simply ride out and back to see what the proposed subway might be like. During its first 2 weeks of operation, the Beek Pneumatic Transit sold over 11,000 rides and over 400,000 total rides in its single year of operation. Okay, so hang on a second. 400,000 divided by 365. That would be 1,095 rides per day. 1,096 rides per day. So 1,096 divided by 24 means that's 45 per hour if you did them for 24 hours a day. So that's almost one every minute. When Jim Jones was losing support, he arranged a fake assassination attempt as a ploy to draw people back in. Right. Duh. So I guarantee this testing thing that they were doing wasn't running 24 hours a day. Therefore, they were having 45 per hour. What is that? Divided by 24 hours, that's 45 per hour. So 45 rides per hour. Again, that's almost one per minute. But that's only if it's 24 hours. So you got to double that up. If you said it ran 12 hours, that would be pretty wild, right? So 12 hours a day, that would take it up to 90. 90 per hour. Which means they were running every 3 minutes they were running 2 rides. Is that right? 90 per hour. It's 1.5 every minute. So every 3 minutes they would run, or every 2 minutes. No, every 2 minutes they run 3. My bad. Do you not see how ridiculous that is? It's going psh, and then somebody's getting out and it's going psh, back, and they're doing that 90 times per hour. Are you thinking about that? Do you realize what kind of craziness that sounds like? But this is what they say. They were 400,000 total rides, over 400,000 total rides in its single year of operation. So they were running 90 plus, because it's over 400,000. And if it's like 490,000, that's significantly more. But if it was just 400,000, it would be 90 rides per hour. If it ran 12 hours a day, even if it ran 24 hours a day, 45 rides per hour for 365 days straight in order to achieve those numbers. That's 1869. Guys, come on. Although the public showed initial approval, Beach was delayed in getting permission to expand it due to official obstruction for various reasons. Gee, I wonder why. It didn't use fuel, so I wonder who was mad at him. By the time he finally gained permission in 1873, public and financial support had waned, and the subway was closed down within the year. Wait, if they sold over 400,000 rides at 25 cents a ride, that's $100,000. I don't know why I couldn't just figure that out in my head. That was stupid. That's $100,000 that they made in 1 year back in 18 whatever. That wasn't fundable. The project was shut down when a stock market crash caused investors to withdraw support. It is unclear that such a system could have been practical for a large-scale subway network. I mean, do you guys remember the crash of 1870 something ever being something you heard of? No. After the project was shut down, the tunnel entrance was sealed. The station, built in part of the basement of the Rogers Peat Building, was reclaimed for other uses until the entire building was lost to a fire in 1898. Dun dun dun. Let's look up the Rogers Peat Building. Oh, well, this is the new one. This isn't the original building. The original building, located at Broadway and Warren Street, belonged to the Emmanuel Hoffman Estate, whoever the fuck that is. For 25 years, the ground floor of the Rogers Peet building was occupied by tailors, Delvin and Company, who paid an annual rental of $45,000. The Rogers Peet building, in what, 18, who is it, Jigga? The Rogers Peet building had a double basement. The lower cellar housed the Beach Pneumatic Transit Railroad and a pneumatic tube that ran across Broadway to Mall Street between 1870 and 1873. The tunnel was used as a shooting gallery after the abandonment of the railroad. Well, that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
The Woolworth building next door had an underground entrance connecting the building to City Hall near the old City Hall station, but was later closed because of concerns over crime.
Walmart, huh?
No, the Woolworth.
Oh, Woolworth.
Had an underground entrance connecting the building to City Hall station. How far away is that? Fire. At the center of the business section of the late 19th century New York, the conflagration spread to the 16-story Home Life building. At 2 a.m. on December 4th, 1898, bystanders on Broadway watched as another floor of the burnt out Rogers Peet building collapsed and fell. The outer edge of the structure, which fronted on Warren Street, bulged a foot or a foot and a half outward at its top. Flames first emanated from the basement of the Rogers Peet building, yet it was unclear how the fire began. It's probably like a cow kicking something over or something. A single pane from the top floor of the edifice fell onto a statue of Patriot spy Nathaniel Hale and broke into 1,000 fragments. Does this not sound like a fucking novel to you? It sounds like a story, an AI story, and it got a little confused there for a minute. A single pane from the top floor of the edifice fell on a statue of Patriot spy Nathaniel Hale and broke into 1,000 pieces. Fuck does that have to do with the story? And how does anyone know that? We're talking about a fire, right? Was somebody saw that from outside the building? They saw that this single pane of glass fell inside the building on this statue and broke into 1,000 pieces. At the time of its destruction, the Rogers Peet building was occupied by Rogers, Peet and Company, clothiers, Brown and Sheehan, lawyers John Bryan, contractor L.T. Smith, architect, and the Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company. Today, the site is occupied by part of the Home Life Insurance Company building. That's the history. That's the history of the Rogers Peet building. That's the original history. No idea who built it. No idea. It doesn't say anything about who built the main. Oh, wait. No, this is the current building. The current 8-story building at 258 Broadway was designed by John B. Snook & Sons and completed in 1899. It is a New York City designated landmark. The end. John B. Snook & Sons. It's always, and they have tons of those and Sons that did this. And it was designed by John B. Snook & Sons. And doesn't say when it was designed. It had to be, if the fire happened in so the fire happened in 1898. December 4th, 1898. So basically 1899, right? The fire happened and destroyed the building all the way down to nothing. And it was completed in 1899. So it was designed and built, all the stone, everything that was needed for This building, right here, everything about that building was designed. They got all the materials, and it was built before the next, within a year, basically. And the first one, the fire was cleaned up because it happened December 4th. So they managed to, whatever building was there beforehand, I'm sure it was another big building. They don't really say what. The original building for 25 years, ground floor of the Rogers P. It doesn't say what the original building, how big the original building was. But it burnt all the way down. You know, stone buildings, you know how stone buildings burn down. It burnt all the way down. They managed to clean it up. It didn't burn any of the surrounding buildings, but it somehow burnt down. They cleaned it up. I mean, the surrounding buildings are even bigger. It's actually a small building comparatively, but we don't know what the building was beforehand. But it's in a line of other buildings. It burnt down. It was cleaned up. The idea of like the design for it, you know, they had to commission the design. Like they didn't just go, oh shit, the building burnt down. We'll get John and Sons, or whatever his name was. Yeah, John B. Snook and Sons was designed by John B. Snook and Sons. The materials were all brought in. The laborers were all hired on. They were explained how everything works. I mean, how long did it take to design it? You would think it would take quite some time to design it, especially if there's any ornate elements to it. But they designed it, they cleaned it up, designed it, got all the materials, got all the people, built it, and all that within a year. It was completed in 1889. We don't get to know when it was completed. There's no construction company. It was designed by John B. Snook and Sons. It doesn't say it was built by them. They just designed it. So who built it? The construction company had to be hired. There wasn't bidding wars. There wasn't multiple construction companies that were, you know, trying to get the bid. This is that part where, again, I'm not talking to you about conspiracies. I'm just asking you to make this make sense. This is where the Tartaria stuff comes in, but it really does help to learn about this stuff. So I tried to learn as much as I can about the building that was the destination point for this underground pneumatic tunnel that was, you know, made $100,000 in the 1 year it existed and was running 45 rides per hour in a 24-hour period every day for a fucking year. At least. I mean, don't you feel stupid? I feel stupid. In 1912, workers excavating for the BMT Broadway line serving the present-day N, R, and W trains dug into the old beach tunnel where they found the remains of the car, the tunneling shield used during the initial construction, and even a piano in the subway's waiting room. Come on. Why would there be a piano if they didn't live in this much more elegant, you know, just better society than we live in today? Yeah, I found a piano down there and the shield and we found all kinds of stuff down there. Well, it was just no, they just left it in there. They sealed it up, left it in there. Yeah, go figure. In 1912, right? In 1912, the guys in 1912, when they were building the subway lines in 1912, you know, when they were building the subway lines underneath New York City, They dug into this previous tunnel that had been built. Get the fuck out of here! The shield was removed and donated to Cornell University, which has since lost track of its whereabouts.
What's with the moon landing stuff?
Come on, guys. I'm not making this up. This is the official narrative you're supposed to know, and I'm the conspiracy theorist because I say, hey, maybe they're lying to us. You believe they, and this is what they says. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the proof? Fucking lost that shit, dude. Yeah, I don't even know, right? Like, it would be so cool if we had it and you could do tests on it and shit. I agree. That would be cool, but oopsies. The tunnel was almost completely within the limits of the Broadway line's City Hall station near the old City Hall station. But it is rumored that a small portion could still be accessed by a manhole on Reed Street. Why don't we find out? The New York Historical Society commissioned a plaque honoring Alfred Beach to be placed in the City Hall station. Although the Beach pneumatic transit lasted for only 3 years, the project gave rise to the New York pneumatic tube mail system, which was based on the request that Beach had made to Tweed, which ran until 1953. The pneumatic tube mail was a postal system operating in New York City from 1897 to 1953 using pneumatic tubes. Similar systems had arisen in the mid-19th century in London via the London Pneumatic Dispatch Company in Manchester and other British cities, and in Paris via the Paris Pneumatic Post. Following the creation of the first American pneumatic mail system in Philadelphia in 1893, New York City's system was begun, initially only between the old General Post Office in Park Row and the Produce Exchange in Bowling Green, a distance of 3,750 feet. Eventually, the network stretched up both sides of Manhattan Island, all the way to Manhattanville on the west side, and Triborough in East Harlem, forming a loop running a few feet below street level. Are you fucking kidding me? Travel time from the General Post Office to Harlem was 20 minutes. Is that faster than you can drive? A crosstown line connected to two parallel lines between the New York Post Office and the West Side and Grand Central Terminal on the east, and took 4 minutes for mail to traverse. Using the Brooklyn Bridge, a spur line also ran from Church Street in Lower Manhattan to a General Post Office in Brooklyn, now Camden Plaza, taking 4 minutes. Operators of the system were called Rocketeers. Though 10 cities were funded for pneumatic mail, the New York operation was developed the most. By 1907, contracts were issued in 5 other cities: Boston, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, Chicago, and St. Louis, but not in 4 cities: Baltimore, Cincinnati, Kansas City, and San Francisco. The system was discontinued in 1953. They're just yada-yada-ing. The system was inaugurated on October 7th, 1897, and presided over by Senator Chauncey M. Depew, who declared, "This is the age of speed. Everything that makes for speed contributes to happiness and is a distinct gain to civilization. We are ahead of the old centuries in almost every respect, but we have been behind the methods of communications within our cities. In New York, this condition of communication has hitherto been barbarous. If the greater New York is to be a success, quick communication is absolutely necessary. I hope this system we have seen tried here today will soon be extended over all the greater New York. The first dispatch was sent by Depew from the General Post Office to the Procedure Exchange Post Office and included a Bible wrapped in an American flag. That's fucking big. You're kidding, right? That's big. Oh, the Bible wrapped in an American flag, a copy of the Constitution, a copy of President William McKinley's inaugural speech, and several other papers. Why would they do that? Don't you think that's weird? The inaugural use of this thing, and it's these symbolic image. What would be the point? Like, why wouldn't you just send a grape? You know, send something doesn't matter. That's just strange. The Bible was included in order to reference Job 9:25. Now my days are swifter than a post. King James Bible. The return delivery contained a bouquet of violets and, as reported the following day in the New York Times, the round trip took less than 3 minutes, most of which was taken in unloading and reloading the canister at the other end. I mean, a bouquet of roses is huge. Subsequent deliveries, including a variety of amusing items, including a large artificial peach, a reference to Depew's nickname, clothing, a candlestick, and a live black cat. What? In his autobiography, Postal Supervisor Howard Wallace Connolly recalled, they sent a live black cat through this thing and it survived. How it could live after being shot at a terrific speed from Station P in the Produce Exchange building, making several turns before reaching Broadway and Park Row, I cannot conceive, but it did. That's why we see that in cartoons everywhere. It was real. Oh my God. You've always thought, oh, these cartoons are being silly, blah, blah, blah. It was fucking real. They literally sent a black tomcat through that thing and it went bink, bonk, bink through all the different turns. This is fascinating. Oh, I gotta get in the basement. I cannot conceive it, but it did. It seemed to be dazed for a minute or two, but started to run and was quickly secured and placed in a basket that had been provided for that purpose. A suit of clothes was in the third arrival, and then came letters and papers and other ordinary mail matter. How big was this tube, this pneumatic tube, that they could send a black cat in there? The installation in the borough of Manhattan was constructed by the Tubular Dispatch Company. This company was purchased by the New York Pneumatic Service Company, who continued to operate the tubes under contract to the Postal Service. Construction after 1902, starting with the line between the New York and the Brooklyn General Post Offices, was completed by the New York Mail and New York Transportation Company. Stock in these companies was owned entirely by the American Pneumatic Service Company. Government studies later argued the mail could be handled at less cost and more expeditiously by other means. The growing volume of mail, limited system capabilities, and the advent of the automobile made the tubes practically obsolete. and actually hindered the efficient operation of the Postal Service. The pneumatic tube companies vehemently attacked the studies, but errors actually favored the tubes. It was further argued that if the tubes were truly successful, they would have seen wider adoption by the commercial industry. They were getting mail all over New York through these tubes that ran a couple of feet underneath the ground. Who built all that shit?
Where are the tubes now?
Right. And what about all the other stuff that happens above and they have to like dig down and shit? But who initially built all those tubes? Right. Breakdowns often required digging up streets to retrieve clogged mail and restore the system to operation. At least one death was reported when a test run caused a tube to rupture violently, injuring the repair crew who had dug out a section under 4th Avenue to mend a break in the line. That is fucking wild. So, what is the London Pneumatic Dispatch Company? The London Pneumatic Dispatch Company, also known as the London Pneumatic Dispatch Company, was formed on June 30th, 1959, to design and build and operate an underground railway system for the carrying of mail, parcels, and light freight between locations in London. The system was used from 1863 and 1864, used between 1863 and 1864. I guess that's one of the cars that they had. I don't know. Look at it. Sir Rowland Hill of the General Post Office commissioned 2 engineers to investigate the feasibility of a pneumatic tube-based system between the General Post Office and the West District Central Post Office in 1855 and 1856. They reported favorably, but there would be significant cost. The scheme was not progressed. In 1859, Thomas Webster Rammel and Josiah Latimer Clark proposed an underground tube network in central London for the more speedy and convenient circulation of dispatches and parcels. So, three years later or so, some other guys have the same idea? Why would they have the same idea? Why would it be so commonplace and popular for people to think, hey, you know what'd be good way of traveling is through pneumatic tubes?
Yes.
Where did that idea even fucking come from to begin with? The company was founded in 1859 with offices at 6 Victoria Street, Westminster. Here we go again with those nothing details to trick you into believing that you're getting details about the thing. Capital of, mail came. Capital of £150,000 was sought through 15,000 shares. Get the mail, woman. Get the mail, female. I said get the mail, female. Was sought through 15,000 shares. Was thought through 15,000 shares at 10 pounds each. The company directors were its chairman, who gives a fuck, who's like all these extra details of these people who don't matter. You could look them up though, and I bet they have crazy, weird stories. With initial funding of £25,000, $3 million in 2023 money, the company tested the technology and constructed a pilot route at the Soho foundry of Bolton and Watt in Birmingham. The first full-scale trial was at Battersea during the summer of 1861. A single tube was installed, 452 yards long, with curves of up to 300 feet radius and gradients of up to 1 in 22. I don't know what that means. 2 feet narrow gauge track was cast inside the tube. Wheeled capsules were fitted with vulcanized rubber flaps to make an air seal. Power was provided by a 30 horsepower steam engine with 21 feet 6 meters diameter wattle fan. Single capsules weighed up to 3 tons and achieved speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. Are you kidding me here? Here it is. Here's a drawing of it. These carts are made, and this is Futurama, you guys. First dispatch of mail bags through the pneumatic tubes from the district office in Keversholt Street to Euston Station. From drawings in the Illustrated London Nova, February 18th, 1868, I believe. A permanent line of 2 feet narrow gauge was constructed between Euston Railway Station and the Northwest District Post Office in Iversholt Street, a distance of approximately 1/3 of a mile. The line was tested from January 15th, 1863, and operation started on February 20th, 1863. A capsule conveying up to 35 bags of mail could make the short journey between terminals in 1 minute. 13 journeys were operated each day with a daily operating cost of £1 for S5D. The Post Service was charged a nominal fee for the use of the service, presumably to encourage them to accept the technology. A journalist made a report of the first scheme at Euston. Near the bottom of Euston Square, there is the mouth of the tube, and there are the traveling trucks, ready to be thrust into it. And as we look, a bell rings at some distance up the rail. This is a signal that a mail train has arrived. At this signal, we hear a shovel of coke thrown into a furnace. A small steam engine begins to beat swiftly. The pneumatic wheel is 21 feet in diameter and is composed of 2 discs of iron. These discs are braced together by spoke-like partitions, and these partitions communicate with an opening from the entrance of air about the axis. And these partitions communicate with an opening for the entrance of air about the axis. As this wheel rapidly revolves, the air is sucked in at its center and thrown off at its open rim or edge. This gale is not allowed to disperse itself. However, but when any work has to be done, is confined within a paddle box and allowed to pass out. What? Through a pipe in connection with the great pneumatic dispatch tube. Here, then, we have the means of pulling or pushing the traveling carriages along their subterranean road. And as we speak, we see it in operation, for a mail guard opens a door, throws in 2 or 3 bags just snatched out of the guard's van as it rolls into the mainline station. The guard has a van? A van? I didn't know that vans were a thing in 18 something, 60 something. The guard's van as it rolls into the main line station. The iron carriages are shoved into the tube. The airtight door at its mouth is closed, and we hear them rumbling off on their subterranean journey at a rate, we are informed, of 20 miles an hour. A bell connected with an electronic telegraph warns him that the attendant at the other end of the tube is about to thrust the carriage into the tube on its return journey. It has been pushed along by the pressure of air thrown out by the wheel, but it has to be pulled back by suction. The valve of the suction pipe is in the connection with the center of the disc is accordingly opened, and speedily we hear a hollow rumbling, and out shoots the carriage, ready once more for fresh bags. The Living Age, Volume 77, Issue 984, 1863. I mean, the Living Age is what? What are we talking about here? The Living Age is some sort of publication that's clearly issue 984. I mean, if they're issuing an issue a month, even if they were issuing an issue a week, that's a lot of weeks. The company sought to develop further lines within London and attempted to raise an additional £125,000, 15 million in 2023, of capital. The prospectus proposed a network of lines between points so important that it is unnecessary to dwell upon the magnitude of the traffic that must naturally arise between them. The first line was to have been a route linking the Camden Town and Euston Square stations of the London and North Western Railway. Work started on a 3-foot 8-inch 1,130 millimeter narrow gauge line from Euston to Holborn in September 1863. The tubes were constructed by the Stalvey Coal and Iron Company. See, now that's where you go, wait, who's this? You got to go here now. The first quote, trains, ran on October 10th, 1865 after a demonstration in which the chairman, Richard Temple Grenville, 3rd Duke of Buckingham, and Chandos traveled from Holborn to Euston in one of the capsules. What? In 1865, the 3rd Duke of Buckingham and Chandos traveled in one of these things as a demonstration to other people? Another line from Holborn to Gresham Street via the General Post Office on St. Martin's Le Grand was under construction in 1865. By the time of the 1866 financial crisis caused by the Overend Gurney and Company collapse, a 3/8 mile tube from Holborn to Houghton Grattan had been construction. The total expenditure so far was that same 150,000, 17 million in 2023. It's weird how that number keeps changing. General Post Office in St. Martin's Le Grand. That's what it looked like. They built that. That's the post office. That looks like your General Post Office today, doesn't it? Look at the building in the background. That Muslim dome with the cross on top. This shit is so crazy. Construction restarted in 1868 and was completed to St. Martin's Le Grand for the General Post Office in 1869. They were able to do all of this boring through solid rock in no time, just no time at all. Not only boring through it, but then setting up the structure. Capsules from the General Post Office reached Newgate Street within 17 minutes at speeds of up to 60 miles per hour. We didn't have cars yet. And yet, people can travel in this system. Are you kidding me? The post office made several trials of the system, but there were not substantial time savings to be made, and by 1874 the post office abandoned its use and the company went into liquidation in 1875. That makes no sense. What did they have that was faster than this back then? This is nuts. The Edinburgh Evening News. What? The Edinburgh Evening News reported in 1876 that the trucks containing the parcels continually stuck in the tunnel. That the trucks containing the parcels continually stuck in the tunnels. It's not is, just, again, it's like it screws up sometimes. So, they had an Edinburgh Evening News in 1876? What was it being printed? How were they printing an evening version of a newspaper that could be distributed to multiple people in 1876? That the trucks containing the parcels continually stuck in the tunnels, and this was the reason for the failure of the company. Wait, I thought it was because it didn't save time. In late 1921, an agreement was reached between the Pneumatic Dispatch Company and the Postmaster General for the sale for £7,500 of the remaining infrastructure of the tube to the Postmaster General. The agreement recognized that the company has not for many years the company, quote, the company has not for many years past worked the tube, and the same is not now in working order. Why would they talk like that? The company has not for many years past worked the tube, and the same is not now in working order. Who talks like that? And that various persons had made unauthorized breaches in the tube as originally constructed. The agreement was confirmed by the Post Office Pneumatic Tubes Act of 1922, which also repealed enactments from 1859, 1864, and 1872 authorizing the company. And then that's that. What? Just what the fuck? I mean, this is crazy. So let's see if the Paris pneumatic thing is different. The Paris Pneumatic Post was a pneumatic tube messaging carrying system that operated in the French capital from 1866. It was established because of the popularity of the electric telegraph in the city, which had led to the signal cables becoming overloaded and messages being sent by road. The pneumatic system allowed the telegraph companies to send messages underground through sealed lines laid in the Paris sewers, bypassing any traffic on the roads above. Paris sewers. The sewers of Paris date back to the year 1370. when the first underground system was constructed under Rue Montemar. What? Consecutive French governments enlarged the system to cover the city's population, including expansions under Louis XIV and Napoleon III, and modernism programs in the 1990s under Mayor Jacques Chirac. The system has featured in popular culture through its existence, including Victor Hugo's 1862 novel Les Miserables, and H.L. Hume's 1958 novel, The Underground City. Until the Middle Ages, the drinking water in Paris was taken from the river Seine. The wastewater, Seine. The wastewater was poured onto fields or unpaved streets and finally filtered back into the Seine. Around 1200, Philippe Auguste had the Parisian streets paved, incorporating a drain for wastewater in their middle. In 1370, Hugues Abriot, a Parisian provost, had a vaulted stone-walled sewer built in the Rue Montemar. The sewer collected the wastewater and took it to the Melemont Brook. However, the wastewater was still drained in the open air. Under the reigns of Louis XIV, a large ring sewer was built in the right bank, and the River Bière was used as a sewer for the left bank of the Seine. On at least two occasions in the late 1700s, Paris refused to build an updated water system that scientists had studied. Women were actually carrying water from the River Seine to their residence in buckets. Oh my God. Voltaire wrote about it, saying that they will not begrudge money for a comic opera, but will complain about building aqueducts worthy of Augustus. And we know he said that because he wrote about it in what? Louis Pasteur himself lost 3 children to typhoid. Wow. Under Napoleon I, the first Parisian vaulted sewer network was built. It was 30 kilometers long. We're just saying that people were just building sewer systems back in the 1300s with their sewer system building tech. In 1855, as part of his plan to improve the sanitation and traffic circulation in Paris, Napoleon III ordered the construction of new boulevards, aqueducts, and sewers. His prefect for the Seine, Baron Haussmann, and the engineer Eugene Belgrand designed the present Parisian sewer and water supply network. When? 1855. Go figure. Thus was built more than a century ago a double water supply network, one for drinking water and one for non-drinking water, and a sewer network that was 600 kilometers long in 1878. From 1880 to 1913, efforts were taken to connect Parisian buildings to sewers. They were most at the time connected to the city's clean water network, and the rest had access to free neighborhood taps. Fontaines. By 1914, 68% of all buildings in Paris had direct connections to the sewer. Research shows that this contributed to the decline in mortality. No shit. They stopped running their sewage into the drinking water, and people stopped dying as much. Can you believe that? Belgrand's successor went on extending the Parisian network from 1914 to 1977. More than 1,000 kilometers of new sewer were built. At the end of World War I, 50 kilometers squared of sewage fields were no longer sufficient to protect the Seine. A general sewage treatment program designed to meet the needs for 50 years was drawn up and became state approved in 1935. This was the beginning of the industrial sewage treatment. The aim was to carry all Parisian wastewater to the Écorres treatment plant using a network of effluent channels. Since then, the Écorres plant has continued to grow. At the end of 1970, it was one of the biggest sewage treatment plants in Europe. Its actual capacity is more than 2 million cubic meters per day. The program has been gradually updated, modernization, and the Arc Écorres and Noisy-le-Grand, a small station farther upstream, facilities, construction, a new plant at blah, 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 blah. Wow, that's weird how I can't. The sewer system described in Victor Hugo's. This is the sewer in fiction. So that's, again, there's not much history there, though. It's a whole bunch of details that make you think you're getting details, but there's no real details there. It's just characters and story. How did they build that Paris sewer in 1300? What were they using in 1300 to dig underground? I mean, come on. The network was taken into public ownership in 1879 under the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs and open to messages sent by the general public. Messages continued to be considered officially as telegrams, and for a fixed cost, users could write a message on a petite bleu form to be sent anywhere in the city. After arriving at the office nearest, the recipient would be taken to their address by a courier. They could send messages, written messages, anywhere in the city within minutes. And this is in the mid-1800s, and this is a technology that died off for some reason in favor of the mail system that we have now. Like, that's, and the reality is, in 1865, to prove that the system worked, the Duke of Cambridge, or whatever it was, rode in the thing. Are you... What are we even talking about here? They didn't have cars back then. And these guys are traveling 60 miles an hour in tubes? Do you know how weird this is? This is fucking weird. Who built all this shit? Who excavated and built and dug all these tunnels and all this other shit? Like, how did this happen? I didn't even mean to come down this. I thought it was interesting that Mind Unveiled did the video about the pneumatic tube systems and shit. But I only did this because I started looking up how they dug under the rivers. A message container being inserted into the network in 1873. The network's steam-driven compression pumps and vacuum pumps, 1891. So here is the message being inserted. Someone built that. All that piping and shit was manufactured, was designed and manufactured. This is I don't know, steel, brass, I don't know what kind of piping it is. And then look at this. Look at this giant wheel system and all the... Who the fuck built all that? This is 18 something or something. 1891. That's the system. That's the pump system in 1891. They could build that kind of shit, but we've got drawings of it. There's no pictures of it for some reason. And this shit existed. There's no conspiracy theory going on here. Other than why we don't know it and why we're not using the same shit today. Originally driven by steam-powered vacuum pumps and compressors, the network was modernized to electrically driven machinery from 1927. What? How do you have tunnels that are steam and compressed air driven? How do you just switch those over to electricity? The Paris pneumatic post reached its greatest extent in 1934 with 427 kilometers, 265 miles of pneumatic pipes and 130 offices in service. You are kidding. How did they send this cart to the 5th stop on the line and the cart before it to the 10th stop on the line? Like, how did the carts know to stop at the right... If there's no computers involved in any of this. The number of messages sent peaked in 1945 at 30 million. 30 million messages sent in a year. How many messages is that a day? $30 million divided by 365 is 82,191 messages per day. 82,000 divided by 24 hours. That's 3,424 messages sent per hour. That's 57 messages sent per minute.
What are you eating?
Wait, did I do that right? Let's see. What was it? 30 million divided by 365 gives you 82,000 divided by 24 equals 3,000 per hour. Oops. 3,424 per hour divided by 60 gives you 57.07 per minute. 57 messages per minute. 57 messages per minute. Every minute, 57 messages are going through the tubes. Shoot, 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 shoot. And that's if the tube system is working 24 hours a day, non-stop. When you're saying over 30 million of these messages is sent, that's 57 of these messages per minute. That's almost a message per second. Shoot, 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 shoot. And these are all going to different destinations and all that. And this all works without a computer? This is all steam powered? How is this not blowing your fucking mind? This is blowing my mind. Budget restrictions from 1945 hampered the network as maintenance and upgrades were cut. With declining usage, the network was closed in 1984, just when someone like me could be like, let's go check that out, and have, looked at it skeptically. It's gone. A parallel system operated for official purposes and connected several government buildings. Part of this network connecting the Senate, National Assembly, and officers of the Journal Officiel de la République de France survived in use until 2004. Extent of the pneumatic post in 1868. Extent of the network in 1873, showing additional spurs and polygonal networks added onto the original core network. (1868). So this is the original lines that were just. Who built that shit? Under the water and all that shit. Who built that? But this is the original network in 1868. We yada yada how we got to that network, but we did. Now this is, did they say 73? This is 5 years later. 5 years later, it's pretty intricate. Look at all these different spots that this pneumatic network runs underneath Paris. Look at that.
That's insane.
Without computers. That's 1873. The use of electrical telegraphy. I hate saying that word. Telegraphy. I don't know. In Paris rose rapidly in the period of the Second French Empire, from 17 stations in 1851 to 2,200 in 1867. In 16 years, it went from 17 stations to 2,200 stations. Who was consistently digging underground in Paris, carving out all these lines? The telegraph lines became overloaded, and the operating companies had to resort to sending messages by carriage between the two major telegraph stations on the Rue de Grenelle and the Place de Bourse, with messages sometimes delayed by road traffic. Road traffic. What is the road traffic? As early as 1853, a pneumatic tubes message system was installed. As early as, we don't really even know when, but it's as early as. What do you mean? Why are these specific details never known, but we know that they were, I mean, think about all this shit. The pneumatic tube system was installed by Joseph Latimer Clark to link the London Stock Exchange with the offices of the Electric Telegraph Company. Tests of a pneumatic message carrying system were made by Ambrose Ador in Paris, Monu in 1852, and further tests were made by Anthony Galli-Cazalet in 1854. In In December 1866, the first line of a pneumatic messaging service was installed between the offices of the Central Telegraphique in Rue Feydeau and Le Grand Hotel in Boulevard des Capucines. I don't know. I wish I knew how far these distances were. Oh, a distance of 1.05 kilometers or 0.65 miles. The messages were carried in containers within a steel tube of 65 millimeters, 2 inches in diameter, buried 1 meter, 3.3 feet below the ground. Who did that? And what did they line the tube with? This doesn't make any sense. Who built a steel tube that was 0.65 miles long? How did they put that? I mean, think about this. They're yada-yadaing over this part, but then you get the fucking super details like this. Messages from the hotel guests were transported through the 1,060 meter, 3,480 foot long tube to the telegraph office, from where they could be transmitted onwards. The air was compressed not by motorized means, but by the pressure of 15 meters, 49 foot head of water-held reservoir. Motorized by means, but by the pressure of 15 meter, 49 foot head of water held in reservoir. By the pressure of the 49-foot head of water held in the reservoir. What is a head of water? Chubby girl, what's the head of water? Is that when you jerk off in the shower?
No idea.
A pressure of 2 standard atmospheres was capable of being generated, which allowed a cylinder 5.5 inches long and carrying 40 messages to be transmitted in 60 to 80 seconds. A reservoir at either end of the line allowed for messages to be sent in both directions. I think about all of this and I think, who constructed all of this stuff? Just because somebody designed it doesn't mean a company built it. And who built it? Who built all the tubing and all that shit? Who dug it down, then leveled out, made sure the tubing was straight for 1 meter down? All the way straight. How did they do that? Did they dig through? I mean, was it just dirt ground they were going through? I mean, 3 foot down, you'd have to dig a pretty decent sized trench to get that 3 foot down all the way. The hotel line was extended in 1867 to form a 6-station hexagon, incorporating the telegraph offices at the Place de la Bourse and the Rue de Grenelle. The other stations on the route were at the Palace. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? The network utilized the same 65 millimeter, 2.6 inch tubes of the Grand Hotel line and permitted curves of 5 to 20 meters, 16 to 66 feet radius. A quote train of message containers took 12 minutes to complete a full clockwise circuit of the network. The tubes were laid in the Paris sewers, reducing the need for new trenches and allowing ready access for repairs and maintenance. Because in Paris, there were sewer lines. that had been there since the 1300s. In the following decades, additional polygonal circuits were added to the original hexagon, doubling it in size by 1872. Though the circuits remained within the areas of the wall of the Ferme Generale. Le Ferme Generale. On February 5th, 1879, the Minister of Posts and Telegraphs was formed, bringing together the two services previously under the control of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Interior, respectively. I mean, again, you think about this, like, these guys are doing what? These guys are where do they work? In their big building that we see, like the big post office building. Inside that building, it's all oil lamps and musty, like, stinky dirt air and what? The technical aspects of the pneumatic post were maintained by the telegraphy department of the ministry, while the operational aspects were under the post office department. That makes sense, I guess. The pneumatic post Petit Bleu from 1864. I can't read any of that, so. Officially, messages sent on the pneumatic network were considered to be telegrams. However, unlike telegrams, the speed of the transmission was not affected by the length of the message. In addition, the cost to the user was not linked to the length, except that each message had to be written on pre-franked forms. A piece of postal stationery is a stationary item. What? I hit pre-franked forms and it brought me here. That's fucking weird. Right? While telegrams were charged per word, the pneumatic message forms were known as Petit Bleus, small blues for their size and color. The forms were posted in small boxes attached to post boxes, left at telegraph counters or in special boxes at the rear of trams, which were emptied at the tram terminals. The network would carry the message to the station closest to the recipient, from where it could be delivered by courier. The courier, some as young as 14, delivered messages by foot and cycle, with mopeds being used from the 30s. To pass between pneumatic networks, the message was taken from its courier, time-stamped, and inserted into the next tube. It was therefore possible to determine the route each message had taken by examining the timestamps. In 1881, the decision was taken to extend coverage across the entire city by a 4-phase expansion of the network. By February 1882, the 16th arrondissement and parts of the 17th and 18th, that must be like amendments in French, were incorporated. I don't know. By April 1st, 1818, the remainder of the 17th and 18th arrondissements and part of the 19th were incorporated. Oh no, that must be part of the network. By the 1st of February, 1884, the remainder of 19th and the 12th and 20th were incorporated. By December 15th, 1884, the rest of the city, 15th, 14th, and 13th arrondissements were incorporated. The pneumatic message traveled at a speed of around 24 kilometers per hour, 15 miles per hour, driven by high and low pressure air pressures provided by 8 ateliers de force moteurs, motive power workshops, including those at Bristow, Forest Valmy, blah, 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 blah. Coverage was extended to part of Scene and Scene at Oise in 1907 without extending the pneumatic network. Cycle couriers carried the messages to these suburbs from the existing station. Modernization. The pneumatic network was extended to the suburbs for the first and only time in 1914 when an extension was made to Neuilly. Further extensions outside the city limits were planned but canceled with the outbreak of the First World War. The new network reached its greatest extent in 1934 with 427 kilometers, 165 miles of pneumatic pipes, and 130 offices in service. On average, around 10 million messages a year were delivered, peaking at 30 million in 1945. We already read that. So again, that was 57 messages per minute if that thing was operating on a 24-hour time scale. If you say it's only operating 12 hours a day, then that jumps up to 114 messages per minute, and that's pretty hard to believe, right? But isn't all of this? Complaints were made about the smoke from the workshops, and from 1926, flue gas scrubber devices were installed. These were expensive to run and maintain, and so the workshops were converted to run on electricity from 1927. The first to be converted was Grenell, which had a 30 horsepower, 22 kilowatt electric motor installed. The workshops received 2 to 4 electric motors with a total average power at each station of 150 horsepower. The motors drove compressors that forced air into the tubes and vacuum pumps that removed it. Louis Galliard, a recent graduate of the École Nationale Supérieure, was placed in charge of the workshops in 1932. A few months later, he was placed in charge of the entire network, a position he held until 1974. Jesus. Too bad I can't look him up. I can look up the school he went to, but I can't look him up and find out his weird Mason history or whatever. He became a driving force for the modernization of the network. He ensured the continuation of the electrification program, which completed in 1942, and the electrification of the Hotel de Potes station. See, again, you have a guy that was there from 1932. Like, he's old world. He has the old world stuff, and you can keep him there till 1974 because he'll keep the secret. He ensured the continuation of electrification, which at completion, the network had motors totaling 2,400 horsepower, of which around 1,400 horsepower would be applied at any one time, with the remaining units in reserve or maintenance. Galliard also pioneered a system of automatic sorting of messages by address. Man, that guy is just another one of these guys who he pioneered it. I mean, he was a graduate of the telecommunications school, and he was just placed in charge of the network, and then he just was like, hey, I invented this machine for sorting it by address. Look at that, right there. The decline. Budgetary restrictions in 1945 led to a slowdown in the modernization program and a reduction in route maintenance and upgrade work. This makes no sense. By 1966, 57% of the 80 millimeters 3.1-inch pneumatic tubes and 65% of the 65 millimeter 2.6-inch tubes were worn, which led to an increase in blockages. Yeah, 100 years later, the tubes might need to be replaced. In 1970, there were 270 blockages on the network that required workmen to enter the sewers to unblock the tubes. The price of the pneumatic message relative to a postal letter also increased from around 3 to 1. In 1902, 5 to 1. In 1957, 7.8 to 1. And in 1975, reducing the popularity of the method. The increasing use of telephone and telex systems also reduced the attractiveness of pneumatic messages. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't need to send messages, but if it allows you to send items, if a person could travel in that shit, that seems like that would be a much better thing than a lot of other options we have. The use of the network declined to 4 million messages sent in 1960, 2.7 in 72, and just 648,000 in 1982. The original metal tubes were gradually replaced by PVC from 1965. This reduced the vulnerability of the network to oxidation and offered less resistance to the message containers, reducing noise. By 1970, there were 18 kilometers, 11 miles of PVC pipe tubes in the service. The pneumatic network was closed by the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs at 5 p.m. on March 30th, 1984. The closure followed the introduction of 2 new services by the ministry. Post Declare, a public fax system. Oh, well, that was good. And Post Express, a rapid parcel delivery network in Paris. Most employees of the pneumatic post were redeployed to Post Express. Government network. A separate government network of pneumatic lines also existed and connected the Senate, National Assembly, and the Journal Official, blah, blah, blah. The line was used to carry shorthand notes of parliamentary proceedings to the Journal, where they were typed and sent back for review by the parliamentary stenographers. After approval, the text was returned to the Journal for publication, the entire process taking around 3 days. Other lines connected other government offices. The underground lines were valued for their security. No outside traffic was carried, so the authenticity of each communication was assured, and ability to maintain communications if the streets were blocked by civil disturbance. However, the network failed at a critical time in the debate of the financial bill in the 1940s or 50s due to the flooding of the sewers. What do you mean in the 40s or 50s? That doesn't make any sense. With the advent of fax and email communications, the network was gradually dismantled. The dedicated route of the Senate and National Assembly to the Journal was the last to be decommissioned, being taken out of service in 2004. Now, see, I've gotten about as far as I can go with that. You know,
And
I
will they
decided
not
to.
subscribe?
Huh?
Do you have to subscribe for the rest?
No, I mean, as far as I can go with the information that's available.
Oh.
You know, I did the history of I did Alfred E. Beach. I guess I didn't do his history. Oh, I did, but I got lost. He was Alfred E. Beach. He was the early owner and co-founder of the Scientific American and Mum and Company, the country's leading patent agency, and helped secure patents for Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Cornelius Vanderbilt, and other innovators. So you just think about this. Beach was 1826 to 1896. He was the owner and co-founder of Scientific American, like the lead scientific journal forever, and the country's leading, and he owned Munn and Company, the country's leading patent agency. And he happens to be the guy that invented the pneumatic tubes as well.
Oh, that dude was rich.
I mean, this is... Who the fuck are we talking about here? You really think this person existed? It's not just a pseudonym? Yeah. Isn't it funny when Milton doesn't understand things, he attacks the messenger, not the message being given. And then this guy also gave the patents, like, to think, so Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Cornelius Vanderbilt, all these other guys, they came to him. This is the guy known for his design, the earliest predecessor of the New York City subway. This was what led to the subway being built, supposedly, even though it was probably already there. So he's born in, of course, he's born in Springfield, Massachusetts, September 1st. Died January 1st. That's easy. Don't have to do too much. January 1st, 1896 at 69 years old. Education. He went to the Monson Academy, now the Wilbraham and Monson Academy. Occupations: inventor, publisher, and patent lawyer. That is a one-stop shop there, boy. Known for designing the beach pneumatic transit. His children are Francis Converse Beach. His middle name was Converse, or Frederick Converse. New York, his kid was a New York patent attorney, editor and co-owner of Scientific American, and editor-in-chief of the New Encyclopedia Americana in the early 1900s. He became president of the oldest operating yacht club in Connecticut. He was also the father of Stanley Yale Beach, an aviation pioneer and early financier of Gustav Whitehead. Man, these guys are just brilliant, and they're out there. Their reach is huge. Oh, his family, I guess, the relatives. Father was Moses Yale Beach. So are they the founders of Yale? Well, the surname Yale is derived from the Welsh word. I don't know if these guys are the founders of Yale. Moses Yale Beach was an American inventor. No, it couldn't. Yale's been a lot older than that. Was an American inventor, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and a publisher who founded the Associated Press. So the guy who invented the pneumatic transit, his dad is the founder of the Associated Press. Duh. And is credited with originating print syndication. Even though I don't know how they were able to do this before the linotype was invented. It's weird to think about how they were able to print stuff. But print syndication is... print syndication distributes news articles, columns, political cartoons, history, practice the series. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I want to know how it got printed. His newspaper, the New York Sun, became the most successful newspaper in America and was a pioneer on crime reporting and human interest stories for the masses. His biography, Offices of the New York Sun, 1893 on Nassau Street in Manhattan. There's his building. That's his building. See that? Moses. His name is Moses. Moses Yale. Moses was born in Wallingford, Connecticut, to Moses Sperry Beach. Well, of course he is. And Lucreta Yale. And was a cousin of Canadian fur trader James Murray Yale and Governor Elia Yale of Yale University.
Yes, he's for that.
Members of the Yale family, aka Skull and Bones.
Super rich. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. I told you, when you read these stories, when you read the history of the world we live in, it doesn't take long before you start running into the same characters. All of the same history, it just always runs together. So the guy that invented the pneumatic subway system, his father was the son of a woman who is part of the Yale family that founded Yale University. Wow. That is a hell of a coincidence. It's like they have all of this found technology, right? And they want to all be a part of it. So they give a little piece to this guy, and they give a little piece to, okay, you get to be the guy that invents the train, the pneumatic train. Okay, we'll do that. You know, they'll give a little piece to each of them so they all have a name in history. But his father was a plain farmer and gave him an ordinary education. As a boy, he was a fifer in the War of 1812 at Fort Nathaniel Hill. Hell, of course he was. Of course he was. He was involved in the War of 1812. Why wouldn't he be? These are folk heroes. He was a fifer in the war, then he was an inventor, then he was a publisher, and then he was a lawyer. It's like they're playing the game of life and they're like cheating at it. Like, you know, you only get one card. Fuck that. I want to play with two cards. Let's play with two cards. So I'm going to be a lawyer and a rock star. How cool is that? Like, they're just making this shit up. Where did all these guys get their education and their titles from? And to think like, okay, so they went to school. How were they traveling around? How were they going from place to place? Other than, I guess, pneumatic subway systems. He showed a mechanical aptitude from an early age, again, and at 14 was apprenticed to a cabinet maker.
I wonder if he would have had that same opportunity had he not had the family he did.
I mean, what opportunity? At 14, he was apprenticed to a cabinet maker.
Right.
That sucks.
Does it? You don't have to go to school?
Well, no, I mean, what school are we talking about back then? How was their school? Who was funding school? What was it like?
Schoolhouses, haven't you been to Milled Race?
Right. Bullshit. Bull and shit. Before his term was up, he purchased his freedom. What? He was apprenticed to somebody, so then he had to purchase his freedom? He purchased his freedom? Who? This guy
he
is...
had another year left to be somebody else's bitch, and he had to...
This guy is the son of a Yale.
Yeah, but a Yale wasn't a Yale back then.
Yes, they were.
Not to the degree.
No, they were, because if you look at this list of names that I just didn't bother to read through, like, okay, I'm going to. Moses was born in Wellingford, Connecticut to Moses Sperry Beach and Lucreta Yale, and was a cousin of Canadian fur trader James Murray Yale and Governor Elia Yale of Yale University. So he was cousins to Yale University, direct cousins. Members of the Yale family. Merchant William Yale and General Edward R. Yale were second cousins, while Linus Yale Sr. and Linus Yale Jr. of the Yale Lock Company were fourth cousins. His grandfather, Captain Ilyu Yale, son of Captain Theophilus Yale, was one of the first bayonet manufacturers in Connecticut during the American Revolutionary War and one of the largest landholders in Wallingford. Yeah, I think they were pretty stacked, especially considering they know all of this shit. You know what I mean? Like, what regular person knows all of their family lineage like that? And what regular person has that many members of their family that are just kicking the asses? Before his term was up, he purchased his freedom and established a cabinet-making business in Northampton, Massachusetts, competing with John Holbrook, father of Governor Holbrook. Man, that is so convenient. Again, all of these characters just happen to run into each other and shit. The business failed, and he moved to Springfield. So we're talking about early mid-1800s. His business fails, so he's like, fuck it. I'm going to move a large distance away. And that's just what you do back then, with all of the easy transportation and moving vans available. There he endeavored to manufacture a gunpowder engine for propelling balloons, but this enterprise was also a failure. Again, that happens. You start just making shit up and like, I'm gonna make a gunpowder engine for pushing balloons. And that fails, so then you have another opportunity. Because you know you're a Yale. He was among the first to invest in paddle steamships to open steam navigation on the Connecticut River between Hartford and Springfield. Well, that was probably profitable. And would have succeeded if it weren't for you damn kids. If financial difficulties had not obligated him to cease operations before his steamer was completed. This venture was in association with Thomas Blanchard, the inventor of America's first assembly line in 1819, and inventor of the American automobile in 1826. An inventor of the first American automobile in 1826. Who invented the car, sweetheart?
Wasn't it Ford?
That's what I thought. I thought Ford invented the car around the turn of the century. The reality is, American first automobile was in 1826 by Thomas Blanchard. He then invented a rag cutting machine for paper mills. This guy is just inventing all sorts of shit in his Inventro laboratory that has all these extra things in it that he can be like, you know what? I want to invent a rag cutting machine for paper mills. Now I'm going to invent an automobile. Fuck it. Yeah, let's invent. Like, what are you talking about? This is another one of those pseudonyms, those people that they just apply a bunch of the technology to. They found technology. The invention was widely used, but Moses derived no pecuniary benefit from it due to his tardiness in applying for a patent. He then settled in Ulster County, New York, where he invested in an extensive paper mill. At first he was successful, and after 6 years he was wealthy, but after 7 years, an imprudent investment dispersed his fortune, and he was compelled to abandon his enterprise. I mean, are you kidding me? In 1829, so wait. So this guy invented the automobile in 1826. I'm sorry, this is just stupid. In 1829, he became one of the trustees of the Saugataries, New York, organizing their fire department and purchased the first fire engine of the city. Oh my God. In the meantime, though, he had married the sister of Benjamin Day, founder and proprietor of the New York Sun. In 1835, he acquired an interest in the paper from George W. Wisner, an early founder who had been in charge of reporting police news and writing police reports. Being the first to do so in the industry, his brother was Governor Moses Wisner, a member of the family of Patriot Henry Wisner, a gunpowder manufacturer for George Washington during the... Oh, come on. And then he's connected to George Washington. After selling his shares, he would go back to Michigan and found his own journal. The Sun was then small, both in size of its sheet and circulation. With a $40,000 payment, Moses soon became sole proprietor, acquiring the shares of Benjamin Day and Mr. Wisner. I am done. Are you kidding me? I am just done. I can't do anymore. My body's killing me. I can't tell you how much pain I'm in right now. I just was so fascinated by what I was learning, but now I'm just in so much pain. I can't even fucking stand it. Everybody have a wonderful day. Pedophiles, kill yourself.